Good morning.
Good morning, Gus.
We'll get started once everybody gets in here. Call the meeting to order. Start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning. Okay, we'll start the meeting with agenda approval. Any additions or corrections? Mike has requested that 11:05 agenda item Leola City tab number 6, discussion on joint law contract be moved up to basically after public comments. Being Austin is going to be a little bit late. Okay. If not, need a motion to approve. We have a motion by Wellhoff, second.
I'll second.
Second by Piker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All approved, motion carried. Conflict of interest this morning? None? Everybody get a chance to read the minutes from the October 7th commissioners and the drainage meeting? Need a motion to approve the minutes? We have a motion by Piker, second by Wellhoff. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried on the October 7th meeting minutes. Drainage Commission, we have a motion to forgo the Drainage Commission. Is that, do we have anything? If not, motion by Newhart to forgo the Drainage Commission meeting for this morning of month of November 2nd.
I'll second.
Second by Piker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Do we have anybody signed up for public comment? Yes, Mike.
I did sign up.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mike.
This morning I'm compelled to talk about 23 and the north half. About 9 years ago, it was about 9 years ago when what I will refer to as the gut trucks, or it comes from the beef plant, started their treks past us and through us, and it ultimately caused our township to actually go bankrupt because we couldn't keep our roads up anymore, and that's why you guys are doing our thing there. But during that time, they were paying a fee for every load that went through, which they still are. And there was a time during that time when there were as many as 30 of those trucks going by every day. And that was the time when actually you increased your rate to $200 a load. So there was significant money coming into the county in regards to these gut trucks. At the very beginning of this whole ordeal, I made the suggestion that those gut trucks, the money that came from them, should be put into what I referred to as a lockbox or a separate account, so that we would know how much money was there and that we could use that money on that road. Ultimately, that did not take place, and it went into the general fund. Now, after 9 years, it is very likely that there is plenty of money to resurface that road and to maintain the rest of it with the money that came from there. But because it was put into the general fund, it got used throughout the county. So actually, we can make the argument that the building that's being bought in Eureka is being bought with the funds that should have been for the road owned by us, and that we as a town, or as the county, it is more important for us to keep our roads up than it is for convenience for our employees. So I'm going to make the plea that we should use that money for that road rather than for that building. In addition to that, we are about 2 years behind schedule on that road. It was a 3-year project. This year is, I think, the end of the 4th year, but none of the soft spots have been dug out and rebuilt yet. It continues to be the same way it was before. With all the trucks that go by that road, thousands as a matter of fact, because of all the corn that comes out of North Dakota, there is a significant hazard there because you can't keep that road smooth enough to make it safe. And the sandbar or the gravel windrow tends to be 10 to 15 feet from the edge of the road. And if you're coming with a car, you have to straddle that sandbar. And it's too tall in order, it hits the bottom of the bar. And if you don't, you're at risk of running into a semi. So anyway, there are some significant issues in that regard, but the money issue is the most important one at this point because there should be enough money in the coffers to redo that particular road in, in the way that we had suggested it be done. One quick other thing, if I have a minute yet, and that is, there is a way to actually garner some income from that. We can toll that road. We've did that research and we know that's a possibility. You can set up a camera at the state line, take a picture of the license plates of every North Dakota truck that comes in and send them a bill for $50 or $100. That is an acceptable way to do that. And if it reduces the amount of trucks that come across there, that's good, in my opinion. But if it doesn't, and they keep coming, at least we'll have money to maintain those roads. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. I'm gonna comment on that. I've thought about that too, about a toll. I just didn't know the legalities of it.
Rick's on the top of us about it.
If you can just do that to out-of-state trucks, do you have to toll everybody? I don't know.
You don't have to toll everybody.
Well, we'll check in.
And by the way, if you do have to toll everybody, I will pay my toll.
Yeah, but there's probably some farmers along there that use a lot from our county also.
And so, even if we would toll it all, the Hooderites still wouldn't be part of that toll because they come down that township road.
Yeah, if they got a 47 plate, you have to know how to work that, but.
That's,
It's something we need to check
we've actually
into.
talked about that, kind of joked about it really, but
It
it's
is-
not a bad idea because there is a lot of corn coming.
Oh
from
my
North
goodness,
Dakota.
thousands and thousands of, there's 1,000 loads, 1,000 loads from Kinsler alone, just one guy. And every grower, small grower up there, my size and bigger, are all hauling their.
So it's 24 miles from Forbes to 2 miles south of Wetumpka, and they're running that, and we don't get, I've said it before, we didn't get one top out of it.
The only other option I would see would be to lobby the state because of economic development. That's all you hear in the state anyway. If you want to have that ethanol plant to have its corn, you better help us with this road because if you don't, there won't be any corn coming from North Dakota.
So I wonder, ask Glenn, if there's been a vehicle count, I'll bet you that's number one for
That
semis
is
in
the
the
number
county.
one road in the county being used, absolutely. Back when Roll Reader was here, I got to see the maps, and at that time, it was the number 2 road.
Yeah, so is it number one for semis or everything now?
Well, not everything, because the semis max it out.
Yeah.
It's number 1, the semis are 90% of
Right.
the traffic.
Yeah, it used to always be 19, this 8 miles here,
Yes, that's correct, that used to be it.
but with the ethanol plant and everything going on, yeah, we need to figure something out. Because I think it's bladed quite often, but it only takes a day.
It only takes a day, yes, they're trying to do, the blading is reasonably done, although it just doesn't hold. It
And
can't.
then they won't straddle either, cause I've been hauling hay out of there and if you run up on the, out of the tracks, it's not bad. But
It's run the track.
yeah, nobody does it.
Well, you can,
Yeah,
and then the trucks, the guys don't drive 40 mile an hour, let's just say it the way it is. I don't know that I've seen a county police officer up there ever.
What is it,
it's 40,
it is for,
Yeah.
It's marked for it.
and it's actually 55, I think, for vehicles.
Right.
Yeah.
okay.
Actually, see, the soybeans are able to take a different route
What's
unless
that?
they take it to Craven. You know,
It's
but-
24 miles, that,
Mainly.
But
when
if
they come out of
take
North
it to
Dakota,
the one in
they
Aberdeen,
hit
they'll
it at
go,
Ford,
they'll go
They'll
to
go-
and then it's
they'll
2
go
miles
east.
south of Guam, so it's 24
Kind of the
miles
issue
around
with
on
23
First
is,
County.
it's the only way south. There's no, I guess they could take 21 and come back, but they don't.
Without
It's two,
this
two,
try a shot.
just to the east, it's 281.
Correct,
Yeah.
going to the ADM plant or where that, in Aberdeen, it's only 281.
So, all right, thank you, Mike. Mary? You
Oh,
want
we
that?
covered it.
All right. Okay, any other questions or comments on the? Okay,
Are you on public comment?
yes, we are. Yep, go ahead.
I just wanna draw your attention to the excessive holiday decorations in this building. I know, I love holidays just as much as anybody else, but I think there's just too many decorations in this building. This is a professional building, and I think it just cheapens it. And, I just like to see it toned down a little bit. And this also begs the question of, on whose dime have these decorations been purchased? And on whose time are they put up? So, that's my comment.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we're gonna move, agenda item 1105, Leola City tab number 6, up to this time. This was received on October 24th, joint law contract, basically saying, the final date of the joint law and current contracted term will cease on December 31st for the city of Leola. Mike, do you have any comments before I?
I reached out to the mayor and asked him to have a representative here, but like Jackie, for instance, I feel that's a bit of a conflict. I don't expect her to be here. Same as Mike Yost, Jackie, Rowell, that is.
Yeah.
The other people, I guess, it just felt like, I'm speaking on my words, I don't know why they're not here, but, the letter says what they need to say, and one thing I did hear in the wind is, I think they would accept some communication from us as far as a revision to the contract, but I don't know, I wish it would say that. So, until they say it, it's hearsay.
Okay. When Mike and I were talking about this, I said concerns I would have is, and I did check into it, as far as insurance for residents of Leola, there is nothing in, as far as property insurance, there is for fire, but not for police. Checked into that. The other thing is, if there's no payment, where does that put us budget wise, with one individual, on our force, that was $50,000, correct me if I'm wrong.
55, I think, yeah.
Yeah, that is not in our budget for 2026, and second of all, are we gonna treat it like the ambulance call every time there's a 911 call to the city of Leola and charge so much? Just the food for thought.
Yeah, well, and, there's a whole list of codified laws as to the sheriff's responsibilities. It would have to be up to him to make that call when that time comes. And however, there's even a part, I don't know that I put that down on this list of stuff that I put out there for you, but talks about fees. I forget the law number it was, but I'm sure you're familiar with it, so. You just gotta handle it as any other resident of the county. If a call comes in, you need to make that judgment call as to where it falls.
I guess it frustrates me because I've seen, the new deputy and the Ben's over here a lot. I've been going through hauling hay and if I don't see them every day, they're around. They got people pulled out west of town. I see them. North of town, they go by my place once in a while. So they're in the area. So I don't know, I
think they're kinda shooting themselves in the foot. If they wanna, I mean, there's a reason they came to McPherson County to, get, police coverage. If they're gonna hire somebody again, I'll bet you it'll at least double, probably triple what they're paying. But they claim they're not getting anything, I don't see it, and I'm not here all the time, but I see the deputy right around here, so, my 2 cents worth.
Well, Dave, as far as that goes, it's gonna be a reactive policing rather than proactive from here on out, or from January on?
So as Mike pointed out, we're required to respond to, certain
Sure.
incidents, whether they be felony, violations, assaults, all that kind of stuff. I mean, that's not going to change. We will always have to do that, regardless of a contract or not. The contract gave the city of Leola, just like it does the city of Eureka, guaranteed 30 hours of presence of coverage every week. And we did a good job fulfilling those obligations. It also, would have us attend sporting events or maybe do some school zone patrols and that type of thing, more community oriented policing. So things aren't really gonna change. I mean, the calls for service really won't change a lot. We wouldn't necessarily be obligated to help with code enforcement actions and ordinance enforcement and that type of thing.
How does that look with the school setting as far as patrolling before and after school? Is that based on the city or is it based on the school, which is also tax funded?
Yeah, it's really something that we like to try to provide the service for. And I know a lot of our deputies are active in the schools, at least they try to be. Never asked for any type of reimbursement from the school. I mean, now if you look at, like a school resource officer or something along those lines, well then obviously you wanna get some buy-in from the school for that, but we're not to that point. We don't have the staffing level to be able to do that.
Okay, I guess we will just kind of let that roll until we have a representative.
I kind of, means we budgeted for that, and probably won't get the revenue for it. I was kind of just thinking maybe we should try to incorporate the emergency manager into one of the deputies. Kind of make up for some of that revenue. We've got that budgeted.
That'd be a good thought.
Is there anybody kind of interested, you think, Dave, in your department, would work out to do that?
We might be able to have that discussion. They do know that Brown County Emergency Manager is planning to be here today, this morning, to discuss the emergency management position and some of the ideas that we've been talking about as well leading up to this. But, from an administrative standpoint, four is a good number for McPherson County. I just don't see us doing a good job with three. We would have to reduce our staffing level. To be honest with you right now, I mean, a lot of times it's just down to two of us that are available. Obviously, we have one person that's out on injured reserve, I guess I'll call that, and we'll have somebody going to law enforcement training starting at the end of this month. So depending upon where everybody's at, even though we have 4 total employees for the sheriff's office, realistically it's 2 and a lot of times it's just 1. So it's absolutely take that into consideration. The global average, if you were to do just a little bit of research on the officer per public ratio, it's three officers to 1,000 people. That's the global average. United States is a little bit lower. I think it's 2.4. South Dakota officers to 1,000 people, and right now, with our staffing level of 4, we're at about a 1.75, 1.74, so we're well below the average. Not asking for additional staff, that's not my point, but right now, 4 is a good number, especially when we're all available, but that's just, not possible all the time.
When is, the deputy going to Peter, and then when would he be completed?
Yep, at the end of this month, the week of Thanksgiving, so that's Sunday prior, I don't have the exact date, but that's when he starts. It's 13-week training, because of this session being during Thanksgiving and over Christmas, it usually ends up being right around 15 weeks total that they're gone. Should graduate in February or beginning of March.
And during that school period, he is not available, correct?
Well, he's putting his 40 hours
Yeah,
in
yeah.
while he's at training. We have asked on occasion for them to maybe cover a weekend if need be, and staff is really good about doing that.
Do they come home on weekends?
Yes.
What is your take on the $50,000 hit to your budget?
Well, Mike, I've been very proud of the fact that over the years, we've been able to bring in over $100,000 to help offset the cost of law enforcement services. So I am disappointed, and it's unfortunate that they felt that they're not, their words getting their bang for their buck. We've tried to step up our enforcement actions, and I think it's pretty evident by the reports that I've sent to them over the last couple months that we have. Evidently, it wasn't what they were looking for, I guess. And it's not speaking for them, but I'm guessing that their mindset is, well, you gotta respond to these things anyway. Other counties across the area, they don't have contract cities. Some do, not all. Evans County would be an example that they don't. So the services that they provide to the other municipalities is just part of their tax base.
I provided those reports a while back, 2 meetings ago. If you guys read it, did you read it? Yeah. Did you see that stuff? In our 5th Circuit Court, where there's, some people that do an hourly rate, some people don't do anything. Some people do have the joint law contracts. Just depends on if there's city law in some of these areas, like Mobridge or Aberdeen. Then the sheriff's department don't have to focus on those areas, they can stay out in the county and focus.
That was, there's been a change since I started my law enforcement career in 1994. Gosh, it's been a long time. We had 9 certified officers that lived in Pearson County at that time. City of Eureka had 5, City of Leola had 2. We had a highway patrol duty station in the county, and then, of course, we had the sheriff. And now today, we're doing it with less than half, we're down to full, all full.
Probably less population too, though.
A little less population, calls for service have changed.
Okay, Marion, you had signed up for, on this particular subject?
Yeah, I was gonna say something about, this is something that's been kicked around a little bit, not in a big group or anything, but, what if, this is just a what if, there was an office in each school for the deputies to use, so that the kids would know who the sheriff and the deputies are. They have an office, it's already in a county paid for building. They would have an office, they would know the building better, and if some, school shooter, we'll just use that term, wanted to target a school in our county, and they knew that there was an office in each school where a deputy or a sheriff was in and out, they might say, that's probably not a school we want to target. And then it would just, the kids, like I said, the kids would know the officers would know the kids might feel comfortable enough to say, things aren't going so great for so-and-so, or it would open up maybe some dialogue. It would save our county money, and it would encourage everyone to know everybody better. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any more on this? I would, hope that probably December meeting, they have a representative here, or the mayor, or council people, or both. Okay, we discuss.
Relay that with.
Yeah, and discuss anything that they may, can help them out, or if there's anything that they wanna help with, or they're just cutting it off, and what they're gonna be expecting from that, so.
Yeah, maybe. And we'll reach out.
All right. Awesome, we'll move to the state's attorney annual review of open meeting laws.
So this is something, the legislature passed last year, that they, we have to review these on an annual basis. There's gonna be a new, pamphlet coming out for next year, we just passed that yesterday. A few big things that we see in the, for violations wise. A lot of it has to do with executive session. The one thing that, and you guys have done a good job of doing this here, but when we go into executive session, we have to have obviously a motion and a second. Part of that motion has to be the subsection of that statute as to why we're going into executive session. We had one yesterday that it was just a motion and a second, and they voted on it, and there was no reason given as to why they went into executive session, and we found that to be a violation of open meeting laws. That's the big thing there. We've gotta have that, public comment period, which we do. Overall, you guys have done a really good job of meeting all of these open meeting law requirements. This isn't a pamphlet we have to, you know, sit here and read the whole thing of. The other one we had yesterday was, it was a Green Valley Water District Board out in the hills. And the board president ultimately stopped somebody from audio recording the video. Can't do that. Somebody wants to record a meeting with their phone, video, audio, whatever it may be, or set up a camera. Anybody's got the right to do that. Unless it, I mean, there are certain circumstances where if it would be, I mean, we can't have somebody coming in here and setting up a giant professional camera rig in here, that's just not logical, you know. But somebody wants to record, 100%, absolutely can. Are there any other, I mean, do you guys have any questions on open meeting stuff?
I have a question, I've seen, not in our minutes, but other minutes in the area, where they go into executive session, come out of executive session, have a motion, have a second. Is it required to, in the minutes, have no action was taken?
No, if you don't, so that was actually one of the complaints yesterday, that we found there was no violation. It was the Rapid City School Board, there was multiple times they went into executive session, came out of executive session, no action was taken. You don't need to, it doesn't need to reflect in the minutes. Nothing in the minutes is a reflection that there was no action taken, if that makes sense. If any action is taken, then that, of course, would have to be.
It would be in there.
In the, right,
Yeah.
correct. Obviously, outside of executive session, no action
Right.
can be taken in executive session. The other really interesting thing yesterday we had come up that was something new, it was the Rapid City School District Superintendent. She was fired last year for making, over time, making a significant amount of derogatory comments towards Native Americans. So she was put on suspension first. The school board did not vote on that suspension because it was a personnel matter, which are like a HR issue, which was, that's confidential. But then when she was terminated, her termination, obviously that needs to be voted on by the school board. Her argument was that her suspension should have been voted on as well by the school board. But when you look through the statutes, I mean, you can't just read one statute and go with that. They have to all be read together. There's many there that we had to deal with yesterday. If it's just a personnel matter like that, it doesn't have to, I mean, there's actually laws protecting the privacy of the employee in those instances, if that makes sense. Which we haven't really had anything, we've had some stuff I can remember in the past, but there may need to be some working on different statutes there. We're also, a task force is being put together there's definitely some stuff that needs to be changed and made better in the open meeting statutes, especially dealing with these smaller, like the water boards, which there aren't really any around here, but they're quite popular out in the hills especially. They're under the open meeting statutes, but they're not. They also have some different rules, which is, I mean, it's still a governmental entity. In my eyes, if you're a governmental entity, they should all be under the same set of rules regardless of how small or large it may be, So we're gonna work on getting some draft legislation put together for that as well. That's about it.
What subjects or what can actually be used or what can go into executive session, like personnel matters,
Yep.
employees?
Yep,
And I think,
if you look at that, I can't remember the statute off the top of my head here.
125.2.
125.2, yes. And these pages are all weird because it's a pamphlet, so you gotta fold it up. Yeah, qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness of any public officer, employee, or prospective officer, employee. Discussion of the expulsion, suspension, discipline, assignment of the educational program of the student. Legal counsel, contract negotiations. I mean, you can just read through there.
I think that's probably one of the two things that comes to mind for me. What is executive session material? And second of all, when you're in executive session over the years, sometimes people kind of sway off subject.
Yeah, and you're not supposed to do that. I mean, that is one.
Do your business and get out.
Yep.
We'll have the public involved.
Yeah, whatever that motion is made for, that is all that is supposed to be discussed in executive session.
And that basically, like, if you turn the page on ours, it says executive session 1-25-2, and then there's 1 and 3 as needed. And what does that mean? I know what the 2 means, but the 1 and the 3 is.
3 is the legal consultant.
So one is
Okay.
to discuss personnel issues.
So we're
Yeah.
pretty well
Is
covered
consulting.
when we have that.
As long as it's personnel or
And
legal.
so you don't have to, and the other, I mean, as far as the agenda goes, you can just have executive session on the agenda. It's just when that motion is made to go into executive
You
session.
have to state the reason.
Correct, yep.
Any other questions for Austin on this agenda item?
I'll have when Glenn is in here, we want to discuss probably, what we can do for tolling the road.
Oh,
Would it be possible? But we'll wait till Glenn comes in.
For what now?
For tolling that.
Yeah, I have that down here on the
Okay.
highway department,
Gotcha.
and that was the total cameras and the road itself.
Yeah,
number one, contract for deed, Eureka Building, discussion of possible action, sign a contract for deed for Eureka Building, follow up with 10-7 with ADA accessibility email, which is also in your tab number one.
Now, is this the final draft of the contract?
Is that the one that I emailed last night? Yeah, yep. Yeah, so the city of Eureka, voted on this one. There was some other, under number two, they still had the language in there that we didn't know exactly what the legal description was. It doesn't change the quote-unquote four corners of the contract. I took that out last night, got it to Lindley. There was one other small spelling error I found, I can't remember what it was, but I changed that. Ultimately, I mean, other than the language that was not necessary that I took out, it's exactly what the city voted on, so.
Kevin, would you like to speak now on the matter, or do you just want to answer questions if we have any, or?
I'll answer any questions you
Okay.
have.
Jeff, you want to,
I just talked to Kevin this morning a little bit.
correct,
He gave a, invoice of what the city repaired the building, the boiler, they did the concrete, they checked the roof, or,
Kevin, if you want to, I know from the last meeting, the boiler was going to be, or the furnace was going to be stoked for winter maintenance, and then at that point in time, there were some issues, correct?
Yes. There's a few actually. The first thing was the burner motor, which pumps the fuel into the boiler, that was replaced. There's a circulating pump, for the boiler, keep the boiler hot at all times, that was replaced. There were two check valves that were installed because, the inspector wanted us to do that to keep the dirty boiler water away from the clean drinking water. So all that has been done. The work on the roof, the 10 feet of PVC has not been done yet. I talked to JNR and they got a full schedule, but he said that we'd get that in the spring. And I'll hold him to it.
So what was the total amount, Sid, on you about, what was the total amount between the cement and the?
5,168, and I think that's just JR, and then the concrete was 2,250.
Over $7,000 for repairs. And Dave, last time you and I talked, chairlift was, what was the remedy to that?
So the one that goes to the second floor still is inoperable. I did visit with the city director of maintenance supervisor, and it's still gonna be looking at it. It might be a matter of replacing the battery for that one device. The one that goes to the lower level has been functioning fine.
Correct. Yep. The night that Glenn, had, interviews, we looked at it, and so that would be two concerns at this point, the roof, which Kevin, his word is good, and then also the chairlift would have to be taken care of.
What about the recommendations from the fire marshal?
You seen the email?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, I guess we don't own it yet, so I didn't plan on making any of those improvements, but really the recommendations are fairly minimal. Making sure that the ceiling tiles are replaced in one of the rooms, and then painting the floor near the electrical boxes, all stuff that I have no problems doing myself.
Still, line item on the budget someplace. So, needs to be addressed and knowing that there are recommendations from the fire marshal. Do you guys know the fire marshal was there?
I didn't.
Neil did?
Is that in the public information?
The email?
Yeah, the fire
I don't
marshal.
think it is.
What tab?
I don't think it is.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize, thank you.
Just the reclamation for holding the cell.
I ran into the fire marshal at a funeral, and he mentioned the email, and he said he'd send it to me, and I forgot about it until last night. And he just sent it to me this morning, so I just saw it this morning.
Another thing, I think we touched on it, but we didn't really, is snow removal. Anybody recall when we kinda talked about this? You know, who, what, and where, is that, you know, when the county is out and about, you know, they can help out, but then, you know, if they're out on the roads, who?
Last year, I had Shane Winter do it.
For here,
For here,
he's
but
talking about
over there,
for this building.
yeah.
Who did it before? The city always do it?
Yeah.
I've shoveled it myself many a times, so.
And I asked Sharon about just the maintenance and the inside, and she said that Dave at this point has done all of it for VSO even too, or
The VSO takes care of her own.
she does her own stuff.
We talked about that yesterday, Neil and I were in the lumberyard, and, definitely would need to do something with that lock, with the VSO and the garage. You know, she's not afraid of you getting in there, it's if someone else, if we could almost do a double lock from each side, or however you want to.
At some point, that door, we might wanna
Wouldn't they?
put a steel door in there versus the wood door, and then have maybe like a key lock on both sides, same key, but I mean, just, you need to use a key to unlock it type.
Is there a reason to have a door there? So you just come in the entrance of the front of the VSO if you need to go in there. I mean, I don't know. Something we discuss.
I guess the way things are configured now, maybe not, but that doesn't mean that it'll be like that
Right.
all the time.
Well, another thing though, as far as maintenance, we gotta be realistic that we can make a gentleman's agreement today that Dave's gonna clean the toilets. So who's gonna clean it when Dave's gone? Is it gonna be listed out in the duties of the next sheriff? Or is it gonna be something that, oh, it's not in my duties, I'm not gonna do it, and then we have to hire a maintenance person in the future. So,
Yeah, there's always gonna be bills, no matter what you do or own. Okay, we have the, Austin, you are fully competent in you said there is a misprint.
No, I fixed it.
Huh?
In the
Contractor deed?
Yeah, that was one of the things I fixed last night. I don't even remember exactly what it was. There was one small spelling error.
Okay.
Yeah, outside of that, I have zero issues with it.
Okay. Kevin, do you have any other comments representing the city on the contractor deed? Any discussion you might have had? in Your meeting?
The only thing I wish to say is I don't wish to take any money away from anybody else. I just wish to have our police presence in Eureka, significant police. That's all the council wants.
Yes, Mike?
looking through those laws, the 712(2) talks about the sheriff shall keep the office at the county seat, serve or post all notices received from the county auditor or the board of county commissioners and perform other duties as prescribed by law. So we need to make sure we tread carefully that this isn't the sheriff's office and that he has a presence daily here in the county seat at the courthouse. And not get too comfortable.
It does say, doesn't say anything about additional?
No, but I mean, you can have like an auxiliary office if that's whatever you, but, I mean, the reality of it is Mike's right, the main sheriff office has to be in the county seat. It doesn't say in the courthouse, and I was just in Hughes County yesterday, met with their sheriff. Their sheriff's office is just on the edge of Pier, it's not in their courthouse. So so that, you know, it doesn't have to be in the courthouse, but it does, the main sheriff's office has to be in the county seat, wherever it may be, so. But there's nothing saying you can't have auxiliary offices, for sure.
It really doesn't state in here that he has to make a presence every day here.
Well, it's fair.
Well, it is, but in certain cases, it's not reasonable.
Yeah, if he's detained doing police work, obviously he may not make it.
Obviously, who's gonna keep track of that? I mean, is he gonna be here?
Fair enough, maybe that was an incorrect statement on my part, but let's not lose sight of the fact
I understand.
of where we're going.
Well, I don't believe the sheriff's office is here.
Okay, any other discussion, we wanna move on? We have a meeting ago or two, we said we were going to draw up, we voted in the majority to draw up a contract for deed. We have that contract for deed in front of us. So it'll be a matter of a motion, a second, and majority to purchase the building. I don't believe there's any reason to table this for another month unless there's any other questions that we don't foresee, you know, that we don't see here. That can't be answered.
I move to go ahead with the contract.
We have a motion for the contract for deed for the purchase of the city building from Newhart. We have a second.
I'll second that.
We have a second by Wellhop. I request a roll call vote. Mardian,
Nay.
Newhart,
Yes.
Reichert,
Nay.
Wellhop. Yes. Yes. 3-2 majority rules, purchase of the building. Okay, community nursing tab number 1. This is something that, just to recall your memory,
Tab 2.
tab 2. Taylor Dermeyer used to be a representative here until July 1st? Is it July 1st or June?
The contract ended on May 31st.
May 31st.
Yeah, so she didn't come after May.
So that point on, services have been done, but the state is doing things one day a month and so forth. But I know there's been duties being performed in Leola School and say for instance like preschool screening, hearing tests, in Eureka, the Lions Club used to do that. They're no longer an organization, so there's different things like that. Did Lisa give you information on what?
She sent sample contracts that they have with the schools, as an example or just reference
Okay,
for what they've been doing, but she didn't get the county contract
that's fine.
done.
I asked her what they're doing, preventive care for children, they're doing the health assessments, they're doing
You can pass
schools,
it on around.
screening, vision screening, hearing screening, immunization review, growth and development, puberty changes, we all remember those, dental education, different things like that. So the way the contract was, we had in the budget $7,121 that we had paid up until July, and then they are requesting the $7,125 throughout 2025.
And that's per quarter, so they're requesting $14,250. We paid for the first 2 quarters. And the contract ended in May, so we paid for the first 2 quarters, we used the services through the end of May. They're requesting the second. We did not continue paying because the contract that specified we needed to pay, it was done. It said we would pay $14,250 and the contract would end on May 31st, so we did not remit any payment past that contracted amount.
So this 7125 is for July and September?
The backside is the fourth quarter bill. So yeah, they're requesting the third and fourth quarter.
This is basically times 4.
Yeah. Just catching on to that, I thought last night I was looking at it, I thought that was for the year.
No, it was all around 20.
It was about 28, yeah, 28.5 or so.
28,500.
So being that, for the state, the contract legally ended, we were not obligated to pay that. They're asking for that, and they're also Jeff and I attended an earlier meeting, and then I attended a meeting a week ago Monday, and they're requesting $20,000 for 2026, which we did not have in the budget. Because of them not giving us information, basically, and I noted that to them.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in them that they
Yeah.
didn't get on that because they obviously still want the help. You know, and we certainly gave them, we told them that we're doing our budget, we need that.
Yeah, this started in spring, and it was June and July, but it is
So-
what it is, that's
So
where
when
we're
the,
at today.
when the contract ended in the end of April,
Yeah,
Yes.
we got notice in
Yes.
February that it would be.
is that when we always renewed the contract?
Yes.
In June? or
Yep, June,
1st?
yeah.
Okay. So did they,
Let's just,
you know, and I know you touched on this, Mike. Did they do the same services without the state's help? Or what changed?
No, so the state has a different person that's coming to do WIC. So the Eureka Hospital and Taylor as an RN can't do WIC for the state. So the WIC provides somebody and they do WIC services. They come here about once a month, or, you know, on her schedule and does WIC. So Taylor and the Eureka Hospital could take over community nursing. It was the state's opinion, I guess, that the hospital could be doing this stuff anyway if they wanted, and that they're not going to basically pay an RN to do WIC, because they can do it cheaper with a regional WIC person, and that person doesn't need to be an RN, was their opinion.
I guess what I'm asking is what percentage of less work? I mean, I have no way of knowing.
You know, Taylor did the WIC and the community nursing, vaccination clinics and all that stuff, and she is not doing WIC. And she did like
The only
pregnancy
thing that she's
care,
not doing is
WIC and the pregnancy care and the like check-ins and assessments with the, you know, the kids and parents, yeah.
I mean,
But it is giving you a breakdown on that sheet right there.
this one,
Mike's got. It's got a breakdown in there of what they've kind of given you, right. And I think it's important that they're doing that, both Leola and Eureka. And I think
well,
it's,
I don't have a problem with that because, you know, we've been doing this for many, many years. I'm just trying to get at what the difference is.
Yeah.
What-
and another thing that comes to mind, not just for child, it's also for senior citizens, that meet with the senior citizens, whether it be nail care, whether it be blood pressure. You know, I know the senior center eating facility isn't like the one in Eureka, but they also go there, and they do things there. And another thing that came to mind was the dental ban. And that is a 1 year out, but basically what it is, they need 40 to 60 students, people that are less than 21 years old, correct? That have not seen a dentist in 2 years, or if you're 85 miles away, which wouldn't pertain to Leola, Eureka, but that's just like $3,500. But that would take some planning, and, you know, that's something else they're checking into, and I said, well, would you want that included in the $20,000 budget, or, you know, whatever, they didn't know, but, so what you're saying, Jeff, is we had 28,500 prior, now they're asking for 20, are we losing $8,500 worth of, or, you know?
Yeah,
are we-
I'm guessing that's kind of what they're.
And I'll just say it, are these things going to happen even if we don't help them? Probably yes, but it'll be absorbed by the school. The school pays for half of that too. The bottom line is unfortunate that these things have to be done, that parents aren't responsible, but it's not the children's fault. That's the bottom line. These things.
Would Eureka qualify if it's 85 miles?
No, they don't qualify, but if you you have not been at a dentist.
Oh, it's or, not
Or,
is.
It's or, it's
Okay,
not and, it's
okay.
or. And then I made the comment, again, responsibility of the parent.
100%.
And that'd probably be pretty far-fetched, 40 to 60 kids.
Yeah.
In both communities, or, you know, in the county, put it that way. And that's a great undertaking, a lot of scheduling, you know. You have to know, you have to have people signed up prior to actually getting committed to it, and it's over a year out. I know we had in Eureka a couple of years, maybe about 10, 12 years ago.
I had a roommate in undergrad that his now wife worked, with, I don't know how many there are, but she was a dental hygienist in one of those for quite some time. It's a very good program. I mean, they did a lot of work on the reservations, is what they were, so.
So the two things we have at hand right now is continuation of what we had in the budget of the 14,250, and then also the additional 20,000, which we would have to, you know, add in our budget as far as.
Okay, let's solve the first one first.
Okay.
We budgeted that for last year.
Yep.
As far as I know, the only thing we lost from it was the WIC, administrative WIC, and the. So I feel we're obligated, even though we didn't have a contract, but they went ahead with the services. I feel they should've maybe got on the ball a little bit, got the contract in place, you know, for the new year, finish things out. However, I don't have a problem paying that because we budgeted it, and they were still doing what, generally what they did.
So is that a form of a motion?
I'll move to pay
Okay.
what.
The remaining balance of the budget for 2025. Okay, we have a motion by Newmeyer, we have a second? I'll second. We have a second by Wellhop, any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Okay, then it brings us to, they did not send us a contract.
So their legal was not done with that.
Okay.
So once they would get it finalized and, hopefully by December, I guess.
And I know Lisa reached out to me yesterday, I was planning on calling her back, calling
Okay.
her on my way back from Pier, and I ended up leaving Pier significantly later than I thought I was going to yesterday, so I was able to get a hold of her, she said we'll talk later this week, so.
Yeah, it was probably, I don't know, right before 5, and she said that they weren't gonna get it done.
Do you want to table that until we get a contract and discuss it then? Or do you wanna make a motion now without a contract?
That would probably be a good idea.
Okay, that would be my feeling. Okay,
I think we need to rescind motion and don't we?
no, this was for last year's.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, that
I'll
was
make a
last
motion that we wait for the contract before we make any.
I don't think we need to, we don't have to make the motion on that, no. Okay. My question is, okay, the WIC program, did we discuss this about them using part of our building at one point in time? Are we charging them rent, or are we not, or what did we decide?
I asked if they do provide, or they do pay some rent in
Okay.
some counties, and the state said that they weren't willing to pay them, so. It felt as though if we said they couldn't use it for free, then we wouldn't get the service, or they would force the client to, you know. I just didn't want the client, the client to, anyway, they're not paying rent.
Okay.
I don't think that they, I mean, we could sure ask again, but.
Okay, well, we surely wouldn't want you,
We don't wanna
we don't wanna jeopardize anybody.
Yeah, right.
Okay, okay. We will, wait till we have a contract on hand to make a decision on it, okay? All right, tab number 3, zoning. Mike, you've been busy with your team?
Oh, well. So we talked about the manure ordinance and the process of, well, what would be the wording in the application process for getting an approach permit. And, Austin provided, I guess, let me read here what's first. Approach deal, Austin provided this section here, and we struck out some items. This is the updated one, it looks like to me, it should be. And, so if you read through that, that would be that would name in that section
Should we get Glenn?
4.
How about right here? It's supposed to be over there. You guys,
In the,
I miss you.
Isn't it funny how something little like that can change and it just throws everything up?
in the sections, 4 and 5 and 6, under 534.1, it names the highway superintendent as the person in charge of, issuing the permits and going through the process with, whereas before it didn't state that.
And that's what you.
That would, yeah, and that was kind of the hangup that Austin was referring to way back in, say, June, when we talked about this the first time. So that's been rectified, and Glenn is good with that. One other change was that the highway department received the money from the fees. And is that changed in here, Austin?
Should be. Cause I had originally put the treasurer,
Or is it? It still
does it
says,
say McPherson County Treasurer in there?
yeah, shall be payable to McPherson County Treasurer and paid at the time. 534.2, access approach permit
I'll get that
application.
changed and get
So
it
that
done.
needs to state,
I mean, all money comes in through the treasurer.
Right, and that's-
It's regardless of who, what office brings
Oh,
it, the
it
money
goes
is receipted into the treasurer's office,
it
so
was
I,
Glenn's request, so.
Well, they always did before, I don't have a problem with it either way.
whether it
all
says
the-
highway or treasurer, it goes to the treasurer.
All the other stuff, we like, literally all of the other permits we have in the zoning ordinance say treasurer, and that's why I had treasurer in there. To me, it's gonna go to the same place at the end of the day anyway, but
Like the highway doesn't have their own bank account that they're receiving money
Okay.
into, it all flows through the treasurer's office regardless of what
Okay.
department the money is received at, if that makes sense. It could say highway, but the treasurer's depositing it.
It ends up
I
in
mean,
road and
put
bridge.
whatever you want,
Right.
but the it'll hit the treasurer's office
Okay.
when it goes to the bank.
we were talking about, there was the 30-foot length with the grade.
Yeah.
So I went back and looked at the other ones, that's not out into the ditches, that's from the road on the approach one back, so ultimately it has to be a flat approach for the road.
Okay.
I left that in there, we can still remove it.
Okay.
So Mike, what you're saying is, an example, if I wanted to
Yeah.
approach, I would have to fill out a permit, Glenn would approve it, we would never, as a commissioner, see it, he could tell us about it, but he'll approve it, you have, that is your.
Yep.
Yep, he's got authority over that.
Correct. That's fine.
And I mean, the way that would work, if it's something that Glenn wants to bring, we'd have to bring it to zoning first. He certainly could, cause that's the process there. If somebody would then be denied, they could appeal that to you guys then, at that point.
At that point, that's when we get involved.
Yep.
So one thing they were just talking about is that 534.3, number 1, part C, it talks about a 2% plus or minus grade
For 30 feet.
or 30 feet. And so that's, yeah, like
Yeah.
Austin,
Yep,
Austin said, it's from the edge of the road out 30 feet.
so it's flat ultimately, and you're not having a.
Before you start dropping already.
Right,
1 ratio, which it said 6-1 in our permit.
I saw that, yeah.
So, maybe we'll wanna change that to make it jive.
I think we should go 4-1.
So these are things that, you have to take back to the zoning then for these changes?
Well, the zoning already approves this,
Okay.
Well, we still have to have the first reading of it, or a public hearing.
that's on the 12th.
Yeah,
Yes.
There'll be a special zoning
You
meeting.
will make those changes prior to that?
yeah, yep. And then it'll come, then you guys have to have the first and second reading here to approve it.
Okay.
Cause the zoning board makes a motion to recommend it to you guys for approval.
And that was in the paper. What day was it? The 30th? I think I
Yeah.
saw it in the Leola paper, and I don't know the Eureka paper.
It was the same time, yep.
So first and second reading, there's what, 15 days in between, what is the date?
I gotta look exactly, I don't think it's
What
that
are-
long.
What are
to be
our
honest
plans
with
for
you.
that? Do we always have a meeting at the end of the year also?
Yes, yeah,
So we could do the first reading in December, the
Yes.
first meeting and the second reading? I'm just,
End of the year.
yes, as long as there's no changes, if there would be
Correct.
changes, then we'd have to.
great.
have
They could
another-
still change something that first hearing.
Yes,
Yeah.
But if there's something changed at the second reading,
Then it starts.
then the
process
whole
over.
process starts.
Okay, alright. Alright, is that all discussion on the approach and the manure hauling? I
Well,
think
then-
you had a change in the manure hauling.
There was some
also.
discussion on the manure too.
Yes.
Austin, I don't know that I saw the revised.
It's later on. No, that's not. So I changed it to 10 miles.
So in the permit it
In
calls,
E's 10 miles.
Right here.
okay. And then
It's kinda hidden in there, to be honest with
same
you.
thing with the permit's gonna have to be reworded.
Yeah, we'll have to change that to 10.
So, and it talks about how there's a difference between the in-county hauling residents and residents from out of county hauling in. So like the beef plant, they're out of county, so we can modify our residents' restrictions without jeopardizing anything from, say, the beef plant. One other topic that kinda has been coming up is this dairy, and again, depending on how, so if they get approved and become a thing, how they propose to transport the manure that they have. Is it liquid being piped in, which we don't really deal with that. It's more so the solids being hauled. And so that would
We're
be
gonna
an
have to
option.
go to Spring Creek,
It'd be
and we have a problem with it.
Okay.
Well, when the beef plant started, they were hauling some pretty wet manure right away. I remember there were some issues with that because it was slopping out of trucks. And that, I mean, I think they were sometimes coming through town even, and it was causing an issue here, if I remember right.
They were splashed out.
So, what area are you talking about?
Well, there's a proposed one going in 4 miles south on 45,
About 5 miles north of Craig, I think.
and about 5 or 6.
Oh, yeah,
It would be Edmonds County.
It's in
It's
Edmonds
Edmonds
County.
County, but they said they have a 12-mile radius where they wanna distribute their manure. And so that's gonna hit McPherson County residents. But if they're pumping it, we don't do anything with that because it's contained. It's only if they're hauling. And so what we did is, basically, nothing really is changing for the out-of-county residents. They're still susceptible to pay their dues. But the county residents, in-county residents, they paid that $250 a day plus a $500 haul road inspection and then a $1,000 bond. And they were limited to 5 miles. Like I should say, they could do anything within 5 miles without having to pay that. We've moved it up to 10. And then after that, I guess it's gonna cost quite a bit of money out of their own pocket just to get it there anyway, so. Probably not gonna be going over that far anyways.
So if that's what the zoning board came up with, I'm
So-
good with that.
Make it a little easier for residents to haul it.
And there's setbacks in place here
Yeah,
as far as, I think
I don't
they
know
were-
if they're directly in this,
this ordinance.
I don't know if they are or not. mean, they're in this section of it, but it's a different subsection that they're under,
That might not be right.
But,
nothing in there got changed.
yeah, so that's just kind of the breakdown, we wanna allow the residents to have a little more.
You have a pretty lively discussion about that?
It wasn't too bad.
It was
No.
fine.
There was some people that wanted to keep it the same, some people wanted it a little bit more than 10 miles, and split the difference there a little bit.
So those are the two recommendations here, and like I said, there'll be a special meeting on the 12th.
And that'll be the public hearing for the
That'll be the
change.
first public meeting.
Yep, for the zoning board, then it'll come here.
And then January is when we establish the monies for the roads, something to think about.
Yep.
If there's something that we want to increase or.
Yeah,
On the 12th, is that also a public hearing for the budget?
Both of
Yep,
them.
both.
Anything else on the approach or, manure hauling? Now we'll move on to the comprehensive plan. The plan of the comprehensive plan.
Yep.
Is two.
So, we talked about having Eric Singer put together a comprehensive plan to present to us for our county. He's done a lot of legwork already over the summer, looking things up for us. When asked about if, there would be a fee over and above what we already pay the NECOG, he said it's $2,500 to come up with a new plan, so. I guess at our level, we need to approve that, is that the correct statement?
Yeah, you guys, cause the zoning board doesn't have spending authority, so that,
So that's where
that
we're at.
motion would need to come from this board.
What was it to do this? I thought it was like $5,000.
Yeah, it was more than,
5,800 or something.
I don't
to
remember.
do the whole thing.
To do the whole.
Yeah, he does a lot of work for that, a lot.
And then he kind of chuckled, he goes, I'm kind of glad that you're leaning this way, cause I've already put a lot of time in. So, he's got a lot of legwork done,
Yeah.
but, I guess it needs to be updated.
Well, it needs to be updated. I move that we go ahead and have NECOG do it for what was
$2,500.
Okay, we have a motion by Newhart to rewrite the comprehensive plan by, NECOG, Eric Singer. We have a second.
I will second that.
Second by Biker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. What's the tentative plan, year? I mean, timeline?
I guess we don't have that
We
yet.
don't really have a solid timeline on that one. The one we have right now is in, we've got one in place.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
there's something there at least temporarily.
Okay, Mike, you have one more item on here, appoint alternates for the ending term December 31st with the intention of appointing the same alternates in January 2026 for a three-year term.
So with this topic, let's see, no, it's a different topic. There's an application for a variance on the table that we'll hear at this same time because of the meeting being set up. And it includes a building remodel to a pole barn that's within the setback. So he needs a variance. I, being the contractor, need to step away. Also, I guess I'm gonna lean to Austin, cause I heard it through Hunter, but Richard potentially may or may not have to step away too.
So Richard he is within that setback. If Richard is planning frankly on opposing the variance, I would say he needs to step away. That's gonna be a conflict for him as a board member. He shouldn't, as crazy as it sounds, he can't vote against it because he's within that setback. That's a conflict, plain and simple. The way I look at it, if he doesn't care and he's gonna vote yes, well then there's no real conflict there. He might take the position that either way, he has a conflict on him because he's within that setback, which I am completely fine with. That's probably the smartest way to go at the end of the day.
So when you say he's within the setback, is it his building?
No,
So I
it's
guess
in the
it was on the public.
Yeah.
Marty Patrick is applying to remodel a building and he lives to the south.
Yes.
Yep.
I don't.
And so, yeah, that's the property, and Richard will be named as one of, there's 3 landowners that need to get a certified letter.
Yeah.
Richard has a kitty corner northwest property and a kitty corner southwest property to Gordy's property. And so, and I almost think, you know, even if you voted yes, if there was 2 people opposed to it and Richard was the tiebreaker,
Then
that would still be a conflict of,
it's smartest for him to just
Absolutely.
not have
Does
a
this
permit.
building not have, the building exists,
the
right?
building's there,
So
and
is
he
there-
wants to add lean-tos to it.
So it's not just a remodel the inside, it's a extension.
Yeah.
Does he obviously
and then
have variance for the
resurface.
building to begin with?
Well, maybe, depends on how long ago it was, I don't know, but.
Yes, so the building is about 110 or so, I think Hunter drew up a map. And I measured it with 100-foot tape and it was about 10 feet short.
It's a big building.
And so that's to the edge of the building that's there, and we're proposing 12-foot wings on each side, so. At any rate,
It's the big shed there,
no, not the big one, that silver galvanized one to the north.
cause that's way closer than 150 feet, the big one is.
Right, and I'm quite sure he talked about a variance when he did that.
Okay.
So, at any rate, that's where we're at, so we need alternates.
I really think he probably should just,
That's what makes the most sense.
And there's,
Yeah.
so you're gonna need 2 alternates.
and
is
there's,
what you're saying.
yeah, there's codified law that states we should have
Should
it
have them
anyways.
anyway,
Yeah.
yeah.
We just don't.
Well, I remember discussing this, and I thought at that time, we agreed to have former commissioners or even commissioners can be.
Yeah. Yep. And it could be anybody, say, anybody else in the building, Dave,
Yeah,
Sharon.
Sure.
It could be somebody that's here and not inconvenienced
So
to get here.
what we should probably do is just pick a date, right?
Yes.
Yep. And which I guess I would probably call a conflict of interest on that, maybe, I don't know.
It would be smartest, yeah, under the certain circumstances.
for
it
sure.
would be, yeah.
For our November 12th meeting, and then when we name them in January, that's
Then it
just a
wouldn't matter.
blanket naming of people. But this one I probably should name conflict of interest, actually.
So could Glenn do it? Cause a lot of times we ask him
Yeah,
whether
I
it's
think
gonna
that
be a
would
problem or
probably-
not.
Great suggestion, but I guess I probably shouldn't play it.
I think that would make sense, because a lot of times most of the time when there's a variance, something closer than 150 feet.
you're part of that conversation anyway.
it's affecting roads.
Okay, so we have Glenn, you wanna do 3 of them, 2 of them?
We should have at least 2.
Okay. Glenn would be primary, Wells. Said former commissioners, anybody?
Yep.
Are there any of the commissioners that would want to? Any of you guys would wanna be a backup there? The reality of it is it's not like you're gonna be called very, I mean,
No,
I've been here 10 years, this is the first time we ran into this.
I,
Jeff? Okay, do we have another one?
Neil's.
Neil? Neil? Okay. All right, then we have our,
November 12th.
we have our 3, one of the, you want to make a motion?
Well, we only need 2 for now. but just- Sid, would you wanna make that motion then, because?
Yeah, you have to make a motion.
Yeah.
Make a motion for all 3?
These 2.
Yeah,
For
these two
Glenn,
have-
for Jeff, and for Neil.
These 2 have recess, okay. We have a motion by Fikert, we have a second.
You can second, you can't make a
I'll
motion.
second it.
I think I would abstain it.
I'll second it. You 2 rescind, you 3 rescind, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried.
that works that way?
To be honest, I'm not.
Well,
Maybe
probably should be.
But commissioners vote on your board appointments.
Right, and
in
here's,
January.
your yes vote just can't go, you can walk into a polling booth, or you can walk into you can vote on yourself on election day.
Once you do it separately, and then you got 3.
Let's just say this way, your vote, even if it doesn't count towards yourself, it's gonna count towards the other 2, then it's covered, then you still have 3 voting.
motions?
Probably.
To clarify, you maybe do it that way.
I'll make a motion that we nominate Glenn.
3, let's do it this way, just so it's clear. Make a motion to rescind the motion before,
Yes.
second it,
Let's
vote
get
on
rid of
that one.
You make a motion,
Make a motion to rescind.
I will
Prior
second it.
motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion
Okay,
carried.
now I'll make a motion that we nominate Glenn.
I'll second that.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried.
I make a motion that we nominate
Dale Wellhop,
Bill,
we have a second.
I can second that.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried.
Make a motion. Nominate Jeff.
We have a motion on the floor, we have a second.
I'll
We
second
have a
it.
second by Piper. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Thank you. This costs more to put in the paper.
Oh, yeah.
That should be all
A
girls,
little
isn't it?
longer to get there, we'll get something to read. Okay, anything else, Mike? Can I move on?
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Just to, you have a zoning on November 12th.
Yep,
And then
and that's a Wednesday due to the fact that the Tuesday is a holiday.
Okay.
Better give us a text to remind me.
9 o'clock?
Yeah,
If everything goes well, we'll have the first reading at 10 AM on December 2nd, if that's what we choose later on. And the second reading would be on December 30th.
And so then Glenn and Jeff will be the alternates that day?
yep.
Okay.
Okay, we may want to call Sharon, but we can move on to State's Attorney CU Mortgage Direct versus Marcelo Wolf Admission of Service.
That has been taken care of, we do not need to worry about it.
Okay. All right.
And by that, I mean, they have caught up with that mortgage, that case has been dismissed, so.
Alright. We'll move on to between the courthouse maintenance is in tab 4 and also courthouse records. Yes. I'll move on to the second agenda item, basically, when we had a water break, and Mike and Sid, were here, and appreciate you doing that. Basically had a water break and there was some, records that were wet in, treasurer's office, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then I got the discussion going on, you know, what needs to be in the office as far as records, what needs to be kept for retention, and then I'll let Lindley basically say what the rules are, or tell us what the rules are.
So, yeah, Mark went through the issue, and in 2021, we had the state archivist come, and many of the things that were deemed historical were transferred to state archives. And destruction of records in 2021 was informally discussed at that time, and no action was taken. If the commission is okay with destruction of records past their retention period that archives has deemed to have no historical value, like, is the commission okay with that? And if not, then what is the goal for the records, and where will we keep the records? If the goal is public enjoyment, then the basement is probably not the best location. And then food for thought, or maybe a more streamlined approach to records management, would be for the commission to make a motion to have each department follow the records retention manuals as prescribed by the state of South Dakota Records Management Division, and I did link that in the Dropbox, just for, I didn't print it, but for observation purposes. So the process would be as follows. The departments identify the record set that they would like to dispose of. They ensure that the record set has met the retention period, and then they follow Administrative Rule 245211 and request authorization for destruction from Records Management and the State Archivist. Once both of those people have signed off that the records have no historical value, then they can be disposed of. If they have historical value, then they are transferred to Pier, where the State Archives is responsible for ensuring that those records are kept appropriately.
So are we still adding paper documents to the vaults?
Yes.
every year you are.
Yes,
It's not just on the computer.
no,
Paper record of it too. Yeah, it's gotten full.
So the issue is the stuff that hasn't met its retention period is in some cases on the floor because the shelving is taken up by stuff that has met its retention period. And in order to remedy that, we need, more shelving space, so the stuff that's on the shelf has to go away.
And how many years do you have to keep, like, this year's records have to be kept 7 years?
So it totally depends on the record set. If you would look through those retention manuals, then it depends on what the record is, and then you identify the record and find the retention schedule in that book. So it's, most things are 4 years, but not everything, and it just varies. If you would just scroll through there, you can see,
And Mike and Sid, you kinda took a look at those books.
Yeah, I mean, it's very neat. I myself would hate to see them just tossed, but at the same time, you open them up, you can't really read a lot of it you can't read. It's either faded out or it's cursive that I can't even, it's too neat for me to even understand, but it still doesn't, take away from the fact that there's records from 1884 down there. Obviously got moved from the old courthouse.
So are all these records being scanned with
No.
that computer?
so only certain records require, like if they're required to be kept forever, or I think it's over 50 years, then those records are usually deemed historical by state archives. So if the county elects not to scan, then you could just transfer them to Peer, and they would take care of keeping the record in its, optimal form, whatever that is, whether it's the paper or transferring it to some digital record. If the county elects to keep it themselves, then we're responsible for ensuring that a record that's supposed to be here forever is here in some form forever. So those are the records like commission minutes, and Vicky's, most of her records are permanent records, so if they're in paper form now, then she's essentially, getting a backup with the scan, or getting,
But we
all
still
the
have to
records
keep the
of-
original.
Correct.
yes, you
But
have
are
to
those,
keep,
can those be sent to Peer then?
No,
No, they can't.
not registered deeds, but
they gotta stay here.
yes.
Okay,
So I guess it was discussed that we have rooms upstairs or in the courthouse that some of the older records could be kept. But then my question isn't that a fire hazard? Taking them old dry papers up there, I don't know, but.
Just having them here with no purpose is the fire hazard, whether it's
Yeah.
down here or up
yeah,
there.
right.
But what I'm getting at is we could take the oldest records and move them to a different room and make some room for new stuff. I don't know, I know the ladies would just like to see it cleaned out.
The other, just to throw it out there, there's a lot of neat stuff and all that, all those old records. I don't know, I have not looked into this at all, but I know there's places out there that will do that record archiving. They scan everything in, depending on how detailed you want it, they'll even index stuff. Obviously sure it wouldn't be necessarily cheap, certainly not free, but everything would then be digital. You could have it backed up somewhere, it's gonna be there forever.
It's pretty overwhelming because, there'll be a stack of receipt books for like 1931.
Right.
And then a stack for the next year and on down the line. Some of them are really ornate, like, was it the early 1900s that were leather bound and really fancy, receipt books? But, and I think I looked up 1922, this is years ago. And I think I had to look through a couple books before I found some of our old tax receipts. It was cool to see it.
Yeah.
But,
And the receipts, like, the receipts were written by whoever worked in this office, there's no, like, like your grandpa didn't sign the receipt book, it was the treasurer, just like Tiffany signs receipts now, it's not.
but most of them you open up, you really gotta try to figure out what was written down.
We did haul some, if you guys wanna look at, it's who paid taxes and when they paid them.
That's it.
yeah, that's it.
As far as the following the retention period, like is suggested, then the word destruction of the records comes up. Even just like these receipt books, are we able to just give them to whoever wants to have a copy of them? Or by destruction, do they not need to be destroyed?
Guess that is a great question.
Well, what it doesn't say in the book. I haven't,
It says that records have reached the retention period can be disposed of or destroyed. So what is that, does giving them away follow that? Can you slice out pages and give them to whoever wants them? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'd have to do some digging on that one.
Everything in there is, the public could look at it or make copies now.
Why don't you just check into what the options are as far as destroying what you need to do, and
Could we set books up and let the public come and take them if they want?
Well,
that's
that's
the
what-
question.
yeah, it's neat to look at that stuff,
Yeah.
but at some point in time, they're just too much.
If
And
we're
then
setting them
how
up,
many people
who's
are actually
going,
gonna look at it?
Right, it's
if we're
140
setting them
years.
up somewhere, then who is going to do that?
No, I know,
I
I get it.
I'm
Sharon
willing
let us
to,
know that she's not carrying any up the steps.
Not when you set up the third floor and then.
Slide the
we're gonna
window
throw 'em
open and
out.
back the pickup up.
Nope,
Sharon's, if there's a load out on the north side, she's engaged.
yep, there's a window that we could get rid of them real easy.
By the way, what exactly was it? Was it on the register that was leaking?
Yeah, yes, it was, the
Valve.
pipes, yeah.
That was the only comment I made when Sid and Mike and I had talked. I said, if you could dispose of them, I would give the opportunity to anybody in the county, lay them out on the tables out in the, some nice day and have them day. If you want them. And I did the example of, I know just how it is with China, in a China closet, our children could don't care about it, so I think the next generation is just not gonna care about it. There might be people, people that are,
But then we were probably the same way when we were younger,
Yeah.
starting to mean more to us now.
and then,
History.
and Mike said there's a few of those with some funky, binding, maybe put in, if there's room in the
Yeah.
case. So Austin, you find out what our options are.
I will.
Put this on the agenda item for December and go from there, but it would be, each office would have that. We would give that to them responsibility if they wanted to dispose of it.
So, but anybody could come into your office and ask to go down in the vaults and look
Yes,
through them, yeah?
public record, the stairs aren't, I'm not sure that we would want, the stairs aren't,
Yeah, they're kinda hard to
Great.
navigate,
yeah, they're steep and I'm not sure that I personally would prefer if somebody said what year, I'll run down and grab them, I can haul them up and then they can look at them somewhere, that isn't, it's a spiral staircase and if you walk on the one side there, you could fall, it would, you have to hug the one side.
Maybe we should make that a policy.
So, it just isn't, yeah. They're not the best stairs, I guess, for.
Okay.
Okay, Sharon had, left a message with me on a Sunday, and when I seen that, I knew there was probably some issues, and what it resulted in is a water leak in underneath one of the registers. And then the boiler, there were some parts that were not working, so I'll let you take it from here, Sharon.
Yes, in the treasurer's, vault room, there is a little register. The register isn't even on, but when we turn the boilers on, the pressure, I suppose, from the steam or whatever, one of the pipes broke. So there was water in the vault room, and then it also went down, and of course, that is right above Dave's evidence room. So we had quite a mess of water. Pretty much the whole east side of the basement had water all over in there. I did call Becky, she came in, we had to suck water for hours and we had to move a lot of Dave's evidence room stuff.
We called JR's, they came over and looked at, the piping and stuff, and that's what they thought too, is where it was leaking. They fixed that, we did get the boiler back up and running, and haven't had a leak there since or anywhere else, but that was a mess.
Okay, with the other boiler, you said there's other updates that need to be done on that
Yup.
prior to firing that up?
Yup, he is supposed to be coming again either Thursday or Friday this week. He says that we need a pressure relief valve on both boilers. There is a vacuum breaker on both boilers, and there is the feed water pump on the condensation pump number 1 that is, you can physically see that leaking on the floor. So these parts, I'm hoping he's gonna have when he comes this week and can put them on, and then we can get boiler number 2 up and running, but we just have boiler number 1 right now.
And when you're talking they, who is they?
G&R's from Sioux Falls.
G and R? Yeah, J and R, and G
Yep.
and R.
It's confusing.
Okay, I'm assuming we just fix.
Gotta have a heater.
Fix and bake. We got-
Yeah,
We got warm?
yeah, I mean, it's warm in here, I mean, it's supposed to get it cool this weekend, so by
Sure.
Monday it might be a little cooler in here, but,
Okay. And what was, when
and
was
maybe
your-
we'll have it up and running by then too.
Okay, middle of next week, you said?
No, he's supposed to be coming this Thursday or Friday, yeah.
You got the walls long, it should stay.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, that's, anything more on leaks, boilers, anything else?
Yeah, yes, the pictures that I sent you guys about the
Yes.
landscaping.
Yes.
What's your thoughts on
All
that?
the above.
I think they look good, and we talked about this, Mark and I did, that if we could find one of these old, road graders,
Yeah,
pull
Rusty.
that would be cool.
Rusty, not John Deere, we found a John Deere.
Steel wheel one.
rusty steel wheel road grader that they built a lot of the original roads with, and put that in there and then
That would be cool.
do the.
I have one.
Conflict of interest again.
How much is
Do
it?
you use
Is it a
it?
four
Do
wheel?
you use it?
Do you use it?
I do. Well, I was gonna tear the blade off and put it on a skid steer attachment. Haven't
Is
done
it a
that yet.
four wheel?
It was pulled behind a tractor or something like,
Sure.
where I got it off an auction sale.
There we go. Donation.
Well, I'm open for
I think,
anything
I think.
That is a good idea.
Those
I think
pictures.
you
I'll let you talk to my CFO on that donation.
I was thinking, doing one of the circles with, an older piece of machinery, a small piece, I mean, it can't be huge.
And these aren't that big.
Plow.
Yeah, and then the other one, maybe some, rocks, some boulders, to fill it up, then we don't have to spend so much on plants, flowers or whatever.
Where are we gonna get the rocks though?
I don't know.
I'll donate.
Not
I'll
us.
donate.
I'll donate.
I'm sure somebody will donate those too.
But those, I think that would look really
That
nice.
would be cool.
Well, if anybody has, or knows of anybody that has any piece of equipment that they'd be willing to donate, I did talk to the museum up here, they have some old pieces that they would be willing to let us put in our front lawn. They would just like a little, nameplate on there saying, it's
Sulky plow,
from
I
the,
wonder if they've got one of those, that'd be cool.
from the museum. But I haven't looked at
One
them.
of those old saws, and the shop, as long as you can have it. I still haven't figured it out.
And then I send you some grasses and I
Yep,
don't know if
yep.
you're interested in daylilies, those I can donate. We get so many, my experience with landscaping, don't get any plants that you need to be, that are, maintenance.
You know what, that makes sense, they've got that stuff in the lot up here, the museum.
Mhm.
If we just put a little plate on,
Sure.
move something down here, that'd be simple enough.
Yeah, that's what I thought, since
Maybe they have a grader.
Yeah, I've never looked at it, maybe when you guys leave
Yeah.
today, you can drive through up there and see if there's something that catches your eye that you think would be a good, addition to the front here, or maybe somebody in the community has something that they'd wanna donate. I don't know, do we put it out there for everybody, or, I not
We can
sure
read
how to
the
do
minutes.
that.
This will be in next summer's project anyway, right? Obviously.
Well, hopefully spring,
Right.
yeah, yeah,
Well, it'd be a good time to move it around while the ground is froze.
yeah. If we
Some
can
of that
find
stuff
something,
you're gonna just pick up and move,
Some of those graders are pretty good size.
you know.
Yeah, that might be overkill.
yeah, we only have so much room in those circles.
Nice old 2-bottom plow.
Yep,
Doesn't overpower the space.
right.
I know where there's about 200 dump rates.
Yeah. Me too. I bet he'd donate one.
Oh, you probably would.
Okay, so the landscaping project, we'll throw that around, see what your ideas are, take a look at, you know, what they have over at the museum. And, you know, plants, different things like that.
Who kinda has that yet, the museum, who'd you talk to?
I talked with Joyce Carmen, she's on the committee, and they had a meeting Monday night to see if they would be willing to let us use one of theirs, and they were all in agreement. That's why I thought, well, bring it to you guys and see what you guys think. Maybe even Eureka Museum
Yeah, I
is
was just
something
thinking
that
maybe it
might
should ask
have
Arlo
something
if they have any access stuff.
that they'd be willing to.
Would you want them rusted or refurbished?
Rusty.
Yeah.
But all, I mean, it's gotta be all there, not
Yeah.
pieces
Yeah.
missing or something.
Right.
Well, we got some time to look at things too.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, we'll move on to the windows. We had talked about this, there's 8 windows on the 3rd floor, and the 1st floor there's 2 to 3 windows. Where are we at with that? Just talked about it and that's it?
Okay, which windows on the first floor are done?
Well, they're probably,
2 to 3.
The treasurer's office and auditor's office vault areas, and then the third one is when you come in the back door, there's that window that is,
Right.
yeah, it leads to a second, like a 2-story storage area in the basement. So it could be, I would think could be removed, it's not, I mean, it provides daylight to that space, but it's not being
It's
used,
not
it's
office
not used,
space.
no.
You know, we closed some of them someplace, didn't we? We did that to a different window someplace too.
It looks like you might have closed an air conditioner.
Yeah, we did some.
There's some spots out there that look about the size of an air conditioner.
They were air conditioners.
Yeah.
Were they brick
Yeah,
down?
cause we had window units and we had.
Yep.
Do we have any issues with these windows, or is it just a matter of they have not been replaced compared to the other ones?
That's kind of what it is, you know, I mean, when we replaced windows, there was a noticeable difference in this building. And we just kind of kept doing it, we did it a little bit at a time, you know, and when we started it, we should have just done them all, because it probably
they
would.
did, I think they did all of them in about 1983, the whole building was done. So it's probably 35, 40 years. Floyd Hemrick was a janitor,
Okay,
and, I know that Dad was superintendent, he had a bunch of the employees helping. They did they did the whole building, unless they skipped some like the vault or something. So,
yeah, you know, I don't know, we probably
Yeah.
started replacing them, then I would
Well,
say.
some of them were replaced since
this was
then.
when I first got on, we were starting to
We
replace,
were doing a window, how long you been up?
this is 15 years.
Yeah,
Was that a House of Glass project, or?
it was House of Glass.
Okay. Does anybody wanna take hold of that and see what kind of, you know, have them look at it, get a quote?
Could give them a call.
Okay. I guess we won't know until we get a quote. Okay.
It's been 2 or 3 years since we did it, group,
It probably has been.
and that was 40-some thousand. I don't know how many
These
years.
big ones were very expensive. But I know they made a big difference.
Okay, then, your next invoice, Neil, that you,
Oh, I talked to James, Koshaw, in Eureka on the spray foam on the dome. And he gave me a quote yesterday, he gave that to me, and it was $4,100.
So, explain,
Spray foam that,
so you really spray foaming like the sidewalls and everything?
well, that's the thing, I asked him that after he sent this to me, and he said, well, he said, it's kinda hard to spray foam the sides underneath. He said, you have to get down below, and he's afraid of stepping on the dome itself. But he said he would do the best he can, but it would be an additional $700 to do that. So we're talking probably close to 5, not quite, but
So the ceiling of it, that's glass, isn't it?
No, there is a layer of glass that we cover with
Right.
tin.
And then we spray foam to put steel over the top.
Yeah, it's all
Just
open.
get over the
It's-
top, just put steel over the
it's
I
top.
thought it was spray foam before
I
I
don't think so.
put steel down, like about that much.
I don't think so.
I don't recall either.
I remember he had the first strips up there, and I think he just went over the top.
As far as
I could be
getting
wrong.
inside, working inside the dome,
he said there is some spray foam inside that has been done the sidewalls, he said,
yeah,
so.
I just thought that's what they did is, I thought Rodney put the furring strips down, and then got one of those kits and spray foam and laid the steel on top, so there was a cushion in between.
I don't know, maybe we did.
Rodney who? Rodney Hoffman.
So would you say
You
he
could
has
ask him that.
another $700 for what?
To do the sidewalls.
To get the sides underneath, evidently there's some areas that are open, I think crawl area, but I don't, I'm not sure.
I guess we have to look at it.
Yeah, exactly.
There's like a floor built over top of the dome because you,
Right,
Like a catwalk type
kinda
thing.
cat.
yes.
Yeah, he said
because
that's
you-
the
And so there was a space between, I assume between the roof and the structure of when they built that. You know, I went up there with them, but you can't really. The one person in there could see what was going on, the rest, and, you know, it's wide open, the door getting into it is, I would say, letting a lot of air in, the door going onto the roof is just a screen door, I mean, that's.
Yeah.
We've talked about that.
That's not, keeping anything out.
That should be addressed at some point.
Depending on where his spray foam was, I mean, the door, I would say would need, unless he's putting a layer underneath the door, but if we're not replacing that door,
It's kinda,
I know which one you're talking
Oh, do you remember was it Johnson
going, that little door
Controls?
that goes into
Oh,
the
yeah.
dome area is
Yeah.
We're
just
gonna
like
do
a metal
another dome, but it
little.
wasn't like $400,000
Yeah.
or some crazy.
yeah, it was crazy.
Johnson Controls came and inspected all that, and then they gave us a bid to redo the dome. That might have been glass and everything, but I think it was like $400,000. And then we had Rodney come and we covered it.
Well, I was talking with, Mason about some other items, and it's Scott Stugelman.
Sudemeyer.
Sudemeyer. He mentioned how he cleaned all the glass, when he was here doing some work in the dome, and maybe he was the one that was patching those holes in the brick too.
I think so.
I think
He did.
he was talking about how, it wasn't too long after he did all that, then a hailstorm came and broke the panels, and then that's when that roof had to be put on above those glass
Yeah, there was a
panels.
lot of cracks in the glass. And then they had silicone over the top of the cracks because they were leaking.
well, there was a couple spots where those big hailstones smashed it. This was that double wire, that wire reinforced
Yeah,
glass.
right.
Right.
And yeah, he did a bunch of work on the brick.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. For some reason, maybe we just talked about it and I thought he did it.
So anyway, is it gonna offset the cost? I think eventually it will, you know, and we gotta look at it, got their heat loss out of that.
Maybe our first thing we should do is get those doors
Mhm.
done, you know? Because they obviously, the screen door obviously isn't stopping anything from coming in. And the one on the dome, if it needs to be replaced, we should replace the
I would bet that
doors.
stairway's pretty drafty.
That one on the door, that's gonna be kinda, on that door, it'll be a little tough to do that.
Yeah. But at
Maybe you
least,
can insulate that somehow, by just some shirking or something.
Let's go look at it after the meeting, get it, see.
Just a thought about the screen door, maybe moisture from the heat rising up there, maybe there's condensation up there, and that's why it's a screen door, which keeps the pigeons out and such.
Well,
I don't know.
it's a spiral staircase and at the bottom there's a door. that comes into the main part of the courthouse, but I would guess that that's pretty drafty in there.
It's just a wood door, and it's a lot of cold air that's
Yeah.
coming in.
Let's take a look at it.
Yeah.
Get an idea what you're talking about.
But as far as this goes, I think either we decide to do it.
This is just for the dome area.
Yes, yeah.
It's not doors or anything. Yeah, and
He also told me, and this might be a factor, he said he'd be able to do it this week.
Yeah, right.
yeah, 'cause
Or he said, it's not gonna get done.
Right.
And he would need a little help from the county guys to pull up the hose on sometime this week, just to help pulling it up, because it's gonna be.
Wrap up everything too for fall.
You know, and I don't think it'll take that long, you know, he could probably give you a call when he gets here. It's probably an hour.
He's not gonna go up the steps.
No, he's going over the top, so he said,
Pulling up the rope.
right.
Yeah, we can do whatever.
Supposed to be in the 50s.
Sorry, Glenn, I kinda said we'd be able to help him.
Well, it's okay, yeah.
Well, what day did,
He didn't
Thursday's
say,
supposed to be a pretty nice day.
he didn't say, sometime this
After
week.
tomorrow.
I think you want them to earn their money.
Even Thursday now is not good?
I don't know. It's 40.
Saturday is like, be like 29.
And then 50s next week.
right, middle of next week, supposed to.
He won't be around, that's the problem.
There's your heating degrees in this time of year though, or that 50 will be for a couple hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to be at 50, doesn't he?
Yeah, it doesn't take, you know, it takes a long time to get there and you lose it quick.
Is it something we want to do before we make a decision on the doors, or? Yes, I'm
It's
just.
kinda separate.
Yeah, it's two separate.
Yeah, I know.
Where are we at with courthouse maintenance budget wise?
Over with the boiler, that'll need contingency.
We have,
Definitely need the boiler.
we got one more item, so,
No, actually two.
okay, two more items.
Okay, very good.
Okay, so in the highway office, their mini split is hooked with the mini split up in the courtroom, the two of them, so there's three of them on one
One unit.
unit. That has been,
Constant trouble.
yeah, since they said that they put it in.
The primary's upstairs that controls all three.
Yep,
And, while you guys have been dealing with it, I'll let you talk about that.
well, the last month, we've had JRs over here 3 times, and he gets it up and running, and he no more and leaves the building, and the lights are flashing, and it's not working again. So how many more times do we invest money into these before we throw in the towel? You know, I don't know,
Seems like they can't get it working properly.
yeah,
So is that the only one that has 3?
Yeah, it's the only one that's really a problem too, isn't it?
yep.
The rest of them seem to work fine.
Did Jay and I give you a alternate solution? Just,
And Lester won't work on them, he's the one that put them in.
Haven't asked for an alternate solution
Yeah.
yet.
I just told Glenn, I said, well, how many times do we keep calling them before you say, okay, I'm spending more money on maintenance than it is to
Yeah.
replace something, or?
I wonder what it's
what-
doing. I wonder what exactly it's doing to kick them out.
I mean, he's that kid that comes, he's very good.
Chance.
Yeah, he's cleaned them out, washed them out, works on the machine outside, and like I said, he gets it up and running, but it doesn't last. Sometimes it might last for 2 days, and then it's back to lights flashing and they're not working again.
I think my personal opinion is we need to look at replacement. There's something wrong and nobody can figure out what it is. Like Sharon said, you get them over here, service calls are not cheap anymore.
No. So are you talking all 3 have to be replaced then? Cause they're tied in with them? You don't know that.
I mean, that's something I think the next step would be is to call JRs and ask them, okay, we're to the point of getting a different one.
We don't wanna stay anymore.
Right. Can you give us a quote on this? Because the issue is, they're up on 2nd and 3rd floor. So we're gonna need a lift to get up there, to get them in and out, cause I don't think they come from the inside, do they?
I
Did they
don't
put
know,
them?
I don't remember how they do. They had a lift.
Yeah.
Well, the line set runs up all the mechanics are in here, so other than the line set, the only thing that's up high.
Units on the ground.
If they have to replace the line set, then they need to be up high.
They're not that old either, really, are they? 10, 12 years old?
I don't know.
If they're replacing this, they're gonna replace that license.
I would think so.
They don't do it other than other way.
No, they wouldn't use the old line. Well, why don't you just check with them, and see what their solution to it.
Okay.
And a better way to do it rather than split, I suppose you have to have units for all.
And then I'll jump in for a second. I was gonna, a few years back, we sold our lift and I wasn't thinking on this aspect right away, but windows, you know, we used to clean windows in this building every so often. And since we got rid of our lift, that hasn't been done. And, do we wanna look at another lift? If so, the surplus is a JLG 45-foot lift, 2006 model, with 1,087 hours for 15 grand. Highway department, we use it a lot, courthouse used it too. It'd be something that, with my budget, the way I've got it right now, and I'll talk to you guys later when it's my section about my budget and where I'm at, but, we could use a lift again.
Nice.
Yeah. Very handy.
In the budget plan?
No, well, it wasn't in the budget, but I held back a lot because of that motor grader. And I wanna visit with you guys on that when it comes to my section. And I needed to ask Lindley questions too at that time. But that's where I'm at on that, but then Sharon's got something else.
Okay. You're full of good news.
What did you do with that? The
We'll
last
work
time,
together on this.
the last time I mowed, we had issues with the lawnmower. I made one round around and I didn't have any steering anymore. Thank goodness Glenn and the guys were working on those little circles out here, so I stopped them and had them drive it. And what is wrong with it?
One of the motors is bad. I checked for a repair on it with Jay Gross. They were the ones we bought it from, and they said to replace the motor, you're looking at $2,922 to replace one drive motor on it. And they're no longer a Hustler dealer. I didn't know they didn't sell Hustler anymore. So that's to repair this one. This one, from what I could tell, is 15 years old. I didn't realize we had it that long, but had it quite a while already. So it is, do you do that, or do you look at replacing the more?
How big a one is it? 52?
48, this one's a 48, but we could, there's room in that little shed to go either 52 or 54. As far as prices go, Bobcat is what Jay Gross has now, for a 48, that's all they had on hand. Gotta get you that. It was, oh, wait a minute, I got that over here.
Isn't it here someplace?
They were,
I feel like I saw that someplace.
On highway, it just said that he had quotes by then.
yeah, they were at $7,557.38 for a 48-inch Bobcat. That's through Jay Gross. And then I got a quote from, Nelson Sales and Service on Gravely. And there you're looking at a 52-inch deck for $62.99. If you want a bagger, that's additional cost, ends up being total at $83.98. And if you go to John Deere, the John Deere Z545R Z-Track with the bagger was $87.59.38. That's for a 48-inch. And I believe the fit is supposed to be the 54 here. $89.56.76.
How big was the Gravely?
Gravely,
52.
52-inch deck, yeah, which would be a good mower.
Yeah,
And that's the HD, that's the heavy deck, it's more, heavier deck commercial.
That's a welded deck.
Yeah, overall, the Gravely was actually the better buy, with the bagger also, if you want a bagger.
And I wonder what kind of motor, that's a Kawasaki.
Kawasaki with a
I
3-year
wonder what
warranty.
Bobcat puts in.
I Bobcat, he never gave me that. So,
Yes, Marion.
I just wanna make a comment that the people that own Nelson is actually a young couple that, he grew up in Leola. If we wanna try and support a county,
Yep.
a former county resident.
Dominic.
Yep.
Olson. Dom?
Graduated March 11 or 12.
Oh, okay.
Instead of
With that 52, it'll probably have a blower on it for the bagger, so I don't know if that would fit in that little shed with a blower on it, but
Yeah, I don't know on that for
you
sure.
might wanna get a measurement, if you wanna keep it in that little shed.
Great. You do use a bagger, you don't? Hasn't used one for what, 2 years?
Well, when I
It
took
was-
over, it's in pieces everywhere, so
Yeah, and I got a piece down on my shop.
never
You-
put it back on and, just this last time, when the grass was wet and there was the excess leaves, I did have to go over it twice, but otherwise, I have never bagged or, had windrows or anything, so.
I'm not in favor of fixing the one for 29.
That's 15 years for as much lawn as you know, that's.
Is that a zero turn? I haven't been listening.
Yeah.
Probably don't need it this season anymore.
I hope not.
We wanna wait till spring and see if we can get a better deal, or?
Nelson's runs some promotions at March into February. You can stay in contact with them and see if you can get a few $100s off maybe.
And then would you want a bagger for like leaves and stuff, or?
I guess I
Not
would say
necessary?
no, but, like I told Glenn, 10 years down the road, whenever the next person might want one, but then might be looking at a new mower by then too.
I think we got, if I remember right on this quote, we got a $500 governmental discount. So, as far as their,
From Nelson.
yeah, as far as the promotions go, usually the regular price is higher than most of these are governmental, source well. So I don't know about theirs, but John Deere's, it was on source well.
Promotions might not apply to.
Might not apply to this, we might be getting a better deal. Yeah.
So originally not to go to 56 inches because putting it in the shed. How about the garage over here, what's in the garage, the triple garage or whatever it is?
The county pickup, well, actually 2 county pickups, and then Dave usually has a patrol vehicle in there.
Should have enforced all.
It's just nice to have the lawnmower, away from their stuff, so, you're not taking up a big stall just for a smaller lawnmower. And it isn't like I have acres and acres to mow, I don't need the biggest lawnmower there is either.
Well, I'd have one for you.
Would you find out if that governmental price is, doesn't affect promotional stuff? Or can you still get it, or whatever?
Yeah, I can talk to him about it. And then I can ask him about that blower too. But you're right, that would probably add another, 4 inches or whatever on the
Yeah,
side.
Dave, we're gonna buy a mixture if it's a shed.
Yeah, she said they made the blowers on these Graveleys to where it's a matter of a couple of pins and they're off. But that doesn't matter, you don't wanna have to do that every time. But yeah, she's been without the bagger for 2 years for sure.
Yeah, since Becky was here, there hasn't been a bagger since.
If you buy it, and not buy the bagger, you add it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, the last thing on here would be adding snow removal to courthouse maintenance.
And that was a miscommunication when I
was gonna
texted
say.
Lindley.
Okay.
I didn't mean to word it that way.
Oh, okay.
I didn't mean to add it to Sharon's
I didn't
responsibilities.
know if that was, Sharon was requesting that.
No, that was, I talked to you about it. Sharon texted me right, what's going on? But I looked back to Lindley's message and I worded it silly. So, basically, like I talked to you, Mark, you guys, I don't remember if we did it after the first of the year or when did we hire Shane last year to do the snow removal, snow maintenance? And that's basically the point of the conversation. do we wanna
Open
hire
for bids
Shane
again.
again, open bids, whatever, but the season is upon us.
I know. And anything major, I know Glenn has helped if you're not.
How did it work out last year? We didn't have a lot of
We
snow.
didn't have snow.
Yeah, I took care of the ice, you know, on the sidewalks and stuff, I just did the ice melt, and then Shane came when there was
Couple,
a couple inches of snow or whatever, and then him and his son did the rest of it.
He kinda waited too, he talked to me about it at times too, think I should wait, you know, he'd ask me, and it's like, yeah, if it's snowing, no sense doing it during the snow, and then afterward, the only thing is I just has to make sure it's not a liability issue.
So last year, did we call for bids on that? Is that how we got it, or?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
we did.
yeah.
I don't know,
Probably have to do it again, I suppose. Is there anybody else that is doing it that wouldn't have been here last year? We don't want to upset anybody.
he was the
Give them an
only-
opportunity to
he's
bid.
the only
He was the only one that bid.
Okay,
it isn't gonna hurt anything just to offer bids.
Yeah, let's do that.
okay.
It's an easy decision if he's the only one.
I moved to call for bids for snow removal in the courthouse.
If we have a lot of snow before December meeting.
Get you back.
No snow.
Okay,
I'll second that motion.
we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried.
Okay, and I did get, quote back for the
Steps, the pillars.
Yeah,
Okay,
the pillars, which would be the size 6,500, and that's, state line concrete. And they would frame it out, drill rebar in to reinforce it, and then, pour about a 3 to 4 inch coating all the way around them. And then, the steps, prep work and do an overlay patch on the steps is an additional 10,000. But, yeah, Glenn, didn't you say you had a product that,
I did some temporary patching on them already,
how did that work?
see if it lasts. I thought it didn't do too bad,
Yeah, it looks good.
I don't even looked at it too much.
We were good.
Yeah, we didn't go crazy with it, just did some of the bad spots.
So yeah, that's what he come back at, 65 for the redoing the pillars on each side.
That's not a bad price at all.
You
I
don't
didn't-
think it's bad?
I didn't think so, but
Now, when you look at 2,500 from that little patch,
Yeah. That's true.
But that doesn't have to be decided now. So. Just,
Yeah, they're about done for the season, I think,
Yeah.
this week.
he just honor that next spring.
I can ask him.
Okay.
I'm guessing he gave some cushion on it.
all right. Anything else? Sharon,
Nope, I think
your
that's,
Christmas list is,
yeah.
You know, I would say with that, speaking for them, dealing with them, it's all susceptible to the rates of the concrete too. Because
Yeah.
every year they go up a few bucks a yard, and so they're gonna have to revisit it when the time comes.
Should take a lot.
And
to
it
do that,
actually,
but-
I was gonna say 220 a yard to get concrete out to my place, but this won't even take a full truckload. So they'll probably charge you more than that for the concrete itself.
Let's see, depending on the mix of the concrete, if they could tag team it with something else.
What's concrete running in the yard right now?
I think it was like 210 or 220 delivered out to our place. But we did, quite a bit.
Yeah.
okay, we're gonna move on to highway department. Is there any reason, Glenn, that we have to go into executive session because of anything?
Mr. Chairman, can we take
Yeah,
five?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. 11:15.
We will have you for, secretary position.
Yes, I know. But I haven't put up. Roaches,
Roach is probably one or
okay.
Or do we wanna do highway, so that's done, and then,
I want to do emergency management, so Scott.
So then, let's just, I'll make a motion to table the spray foam discussion
For now.
until later in the meeting.
Okay, sounds good, I'll second it.
We have a motion, we have a second. Do we have to make a motion to even know we were talking about it?
I think you should table it.
It's not a bad, I mean, it's not the
It's
wrong
done.
way to do it, is it hundred percent
Okay, so
necessary?
motion to table
Why
till
not?
later in the meeting, we have a second. Second by Jeff, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Okay, we're gonna move on to 11:30 emergency management discussion with manager position. Go ahead, Dave.
So we've been talking about the emergency management position, needing to fill that, and I had a discussion with the Brown County Emergency Manager, Scott Hines, who was generous enough to come out and visit with us about that position. You know, we had some ideas a couple months ago, and because of changes in people's lives, you know, the potential candidate to fill that position is no longer available. So visiting with Scott, thought, you know, what about considering a regional emergency manager? Scott has a staff, he has a deputy emergency manager, Patty's full-time also.
Yep.
So, Scott, maybe you can offer to the group here a little bit about what Brown County Emergency Management Division looks like, and because I'm not sure if you talked to your commission or not about what a regional position would look like.
Sure. Well, thank you for inviting me up, Sheriff and Commissioners. This is, the Sheriff just kinda, I guess, called me like 2 weeks ago and sprung this out, so I haven't had a whole lot of time to do a little research. I have talked to my commission chair, I haven't talked to the whole commission yet, but, you know, I told the Sheriff that we'd possibly be interested, you know, depending on what your guys' thoughts were. You know, emergency management can be what you want of it, you know, it can be fairly low-keyed and it can be, you know, pretty high up on the totem pole. Brown County, we have 2 full-time employees. We are an LEMPG county, so that is the local emergency planning grant, where the state and that federal grant does pay for some of our salaries. That has been going down over the last couple of years due to the budget cuts. It's not what it used to be, but it's still, for Brown County, still worthwhile. I believe you guys are not in that program. So just to be upfront, if we would do something regional, since we are, McPherson County then would also become an LEMPG county. That's the conversation I had with one of my state representatives. Now, on our behalf, you know, we take care of, you know, all of the plans, all of the disaster functions. There's a new program out there called Crisis Track that helps your townships and cities and nonprofits apply for disaster money. We take care of all of our PDM, pre-disaster mitigation plans. That allows us to apply for mitigation grants if need be. So I guess, you know, I don't know where McPherson County is in all that. Those would have to be some things that we probably have to discuss, but, you know, I think it's probably doable, depending on, like I said, a few things. Obviously, I reside in Columbia, my office is in Aberdeen. McPherson County on the west side is a long ways for somebody to travel, if we had to hurry. The sheriff talked about maybe having a deputy up here. I think that would almost have to be a must, to take care of some of the everyday small town stuff. You know, putting together plans and stuff like that, again, that's what we do, so. Again, depending on what your thoughts are, would be of your emergency manager. Again, I haven't had a big conversation with Dave, but, we're kinda, like I said, we're open to hear what your thoughts are.
So when you talk about, what was that, that you are a part part of it, we aren't.
The LAMPG?
Yeah, and I know we have talked about this, but what does that all entail,
So that is a grant program that's funded by the feds through the state, and they pay a certain percentage of the salary to those employed. So, when a few years ago, when this was fully funded, they paid a large portion of my salary as a director and a 50% salary of my assistant director that came back. There is a catch to that though, they got a laundry list of things that you have to jump through. There's some training in there, there's some, all kinds of stuff. Classes that you gotta attend, certain things that you gotta do, drills that you have to do to meet that money. So it's not just a free handout, there are some things that you gotta do to go get that money.
A lot of those things that he's talking about, we do, without the reimbursement. I mean, the plan maintenance, we have current plans, the plan is to update our hazardous materials response plan next year by writing a grant and then going through NECOG and having that update those. Usually good for 5 years. We just finished our mitigation plan this year, so that's all we're to.
And some of this is just maintenance, on some of these plans, like Sheriff said, every 5 years or so, you're required to update some of these plans to get some mitigation funds and things like that, so. NECOG, is who we use also for a lot of these plans, they come in, we find grant money for that type of stuff, and there's some soft match money, but usually you can do that in meeting attendance and different things like that, so.
Some of the things I would see a benefit from would be, somebody having the opportunity to focus on emergency management and maybe do more research than what I'm capable of doing, or grant opportunities and projects. Talk about mitigation projects, we can go to the emergency manager in this particular case and say, what about this project? I mean, we have some flooding in some area, are we able to apply for certain funds? Well, that person should be able to go and do the research and see whether or not it does qualify or not. I would see maybe more opportunity for Scott and his staff to maybe be able to help us out when it comes to that. Crisis track that Scott had mentioned, it's a wonderful tool that the state has provided emergency management. You guys have been here long enough to remember the disasters that we've had, whether it be flooding or heavy snowfall or those type of events, which are just extremely labor intensive to take all the pictures, document the GPS location, measure the road. Glenn staff does. It helps out quite a bit when it comes to that, and then put it into a report form that FEMA will either approve or not approve, and then you have to go back and redo it again, where Crisis Track already has all those parameters set, so when you plug that data in there, it should generate a report that FEMA will accept. But there's a lot of information that should be put in there. Volunteer members, like our fire department, for example, Eureka, for example, when we've had power outages, the group will get together and, help out with rescues, maybe help out with some warming of the houses and that type of thing. Well, you can keep track of those hours and then bill for those, and FEMA will reimburse the department for that. So this program helps you keep track of those hours. But entering the responders and giving them a value or a wage, entering equipment and assessing a dollar amount of wage or dollar amount to operate it, whether it be a 8-inch pump or a 10-inch pump, and how many feet of hose that you use, and all that stuff are things that you could possibly request reimbursement from through FEMA, provided all of the parameters are met. But so there's a lot that should be done when it comes to that.
You can actually use it as a maintenance tool, also your highway department or your townships can load information and put culvert information into this program. To go back and look at before the disaster pictures type of thing and say, hey, here's what it looked like, a year ago when we did X amount of gravel and put in a new culvert and now it's gone, you know? So like I said, it does have some perks. It is, I'll say, labor intense and some training to get it up and running. It's not something you just snap your fingers and do overnight, and most of it is app driven, so, you know, your highway superintendent or whoever, can be out on the road and put information in on a daily basis if they wish, so. And it's required. If you're gonna get federal disaster money, the state is requiring that you use this, so.
How does that look then with, earlier in the meeting, you weren't here, but we mentioned having a deputy take the role, which would in turn be a deputy of your department then. Would that still be an option then, you think?
So it's something to discuss. If we do become a LEMPG county, well then 50% or whatever that employee would qualify for, if they qualify for, those particular hours have to be invested in being, or doing emergency management stuff. So, not gonna say no, but you know, right now with the staff that we have, we need the deputies to be putting in that time for law enforcement.
So we ideally be looking for someone additional then.
If you wanna do a good job, right?
And keep in mind, if you become an LEMPG county, that deputy also must meet the same requirements as the director, as far as training requirements and classes and stuff like that, so there would be some time that they would have to do some ICS classes, some ID badging classes, some crisis track classes, those types of things, some EM 101, the state puts out to help new EMs move through the process and understand it, there's classes out there for that. It would be a growing position, I'll say, as they move, you know, forward.
It seems as though every year there's always more hoops to jump through, more requirements.
There seems to be.
Yeah, the full-scale exercises, the tabletop exercises, again, the way we kind of morphed our LEPC organization. I mean, it's a good group made up of, you know, a good mix from east-west responders that we do get together and do the trainings and we do hold full-scale exercises. That's not required of us to do. We do that because it's kind of the right thing to do, whereas through the LMPG requirements, you have to do those things. Not looking for any decisions today, just the conversation that we started a couple weeks ago and just wondering, you know, what does it look like? Our counties are getting taxed with finding the right people for the right jobs and not being able to offer a whole lot of salary for those positions either. What does it look like if we have a regional position? I don't know, but you don't know until you start the discussion and see what it is.
Well, I guess, you know, you probably wanna take it back to your commissioners and discuss and kind of see what it would take from us, you know, to get on board with you and we probably have to go from there and see if we want to hire a deputy on this side too. I guess there's a lot of questions.
I do know that there are two other, Han County is joining in with, I think, Buffalo County.
Yeah.
And I think Turner County is jumping in with Hutchinson County. So I have some pre-calls out there to see if these folks have done if there's some documentation out there that we can look through. I'm a firm believer that if we don't need to reinvent the wheel, we don't, you know, need to take the time and the money to do that.
I guess at this point, we're kind of open to all suggestions.
And I will kind of state that the state has been pushing, you've probably heard some of the stuff with the PSAPs and stuff like that, you know. join together and, you know, try to get regional PSAPs and there's been some talk about, you know, doing the regional EM thing, so this is not out of the question, I guess, to go down this path, so, you know, I'd certainly be willing to continue to contact those other two counties and see if there's some documentation out there exactly how they did that. If it'll make, you know, life easy for all of us, again, visit with my commission as a whole. My chairman was, you know, supportive of it, you know, after I talked to the sheriff here and, you know, just need to probably work out some details if possible and again, you know, get your guys' full expectations of, you know, what this position would detail and things like that.
Your chairman, Dwayne.
Yes.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of things that can be done, and this is not taking any away from Dave, but he has another job.
I don't know how he does it, to be truthful. I know what my schedule, you know, there's days where we put in, you know, 70 hours a week. And then there's, you know, there's times where, okay, we're kind of scratching our head a little bit, but, I don't know how he does a full-time law enforcement job and tries to do, he's not doing one of them due diligence, I'll tell you that. So.
Okay, all right, any other questions for Scott, Dave? Not, thank you, appreciate it.
Do you want me to go through Dave with correspondence?
Yeah,
Or-
yeah,
Okay,
definitely.
okay, I will, I'll do that, Sheriff, I'll get some information from those two gentlemen and, see if we can't, put a plan together.
Okay, sounds good.
At least we'll give it a good shot.
Options are always good.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott, for covering Scott. Okay, Glenn, we're gonna move on to you, update on, approaches.
Yeah, maybe we should request executive
Okay,
session.
we can wait on that until we go, we gotta go into
Let's,
highway secretary position. also.
yeah, let's go to item 2.
Okay,
I had an offer on the signposts, an individual wanted to buy 300 of them, but he offered us $4 a post, and I told him I'd have to bring it to you because you guys set the price at $5 a
tab
post.
number 5. Okay,
How many posts do we have in total?
There's a bunch there, I didn't count them.
So it's more than 500.
They wanted 300, so for $4 a post is what he offered. And like I said, you guys had set the price at $5 a post, so I said I'd have to come back and see if you guys are willing to drop that on a bundle like that.
So are they all pretty much, we're talking the 2-inch square?
Yeah, the towel
With all
squares
holes in
from the signing project, yep.
Boy.
They all got a little, most of them have a little damage to them where they pull them out. They don't carefully pull those out anymore. They have a claw they had on the skid steer and they bite it and they pull them out. So they kind of, destroy most of them anymore, but to a point, you know, they're still usable for things.
You need a motion on this?
well, we have had surplus at 5.
Yeah.
I think leave it.
I guess
Leave it
my
5.
concern is this, if someone would take 300, they're gonna go through them and take the best, and we're gonna have the rest of them running a lot less for us.
Okay,
Yeah, let's leave it at 5.
Are they hurting anything where they're at?
well, I'll move them, but
They
no,
can be
I
moved.
got place, I wanna do some cleanup, trying to finish up, summer work this week so I can start getting ready for snow and clean up the yards and
Basically,
stuff.
anybody can come and get some for $5.
Yeah,
Post, right?
yeah, and I've had a few people come and buy some already, so.
Good.
Okay,
So,
I'm just
we'll
concerned
leave-
we have so many out there, you know, and
Right.
just to have them hanging
see,
around.
see if he takes 300 at 5.
It hasn't been that long since they came to be in our possession. I mean,
No,
loose like this, so let
Right.
it ride for
Okay.
a while yet.
okay. We'll
Thing
leave
is,
that
when we do
alone.
that at 4, we're gonna be selling the rest at 4.
Okay, and then, I don't know what your tabs are,
Shop lights.
Eureka shop lights. In the building in Eureka, when we first put that up, we put in a fuse panel, so there's power in the building, but we never ran lights. and we never put outlets or anything in there. So we've been running extension cords for a long time, like we did here, until we put electricity in this one. I've got a quote from, Mr. Almond, Sam Almond, to run outlets and light fixtures and everything for, $11,997.20. It's $11,997.20. I didn't get any quotes from anybody else yet at this time. But I didn't think that was too bad a price for doing the work that he's gotta do there. So, if you guys want me to get quotes from additional individuals, or I just figured he was local in Eureka, I'd just hire him for that.
We're okay, we don't have to put it out on bid?
No, not when it's not that.
What's the limit on that again? Is it under 25 or under 50?
It might be 50 now.
They, capital improvements, they up to, it's actually 100.
100 now, so. They've moved things up a bunch for us over the years.
You want to have it done right away?
Yeah, as soon as he could start working right away, I'd put him to work right away, so that,
Oh, yeah, he does.
Yeah, he said he could, I talked to him Friday night, he'd be good now.
yeah, get it done, you know. It's dark in there. The guys asked if we could,
Towards that.
the guys have been patient, they asked here not too long ago if we could maybe put some lights in there, and I said, it's probably time to get it, you know, most people wouldn't have waited this long to put outlets and lights in a building, so.
And you've got room in your budget for 2025, I'm assuming, by asking this?
Oh, yeah, I've, like I said, I've been holding back due to that blade, and, when it comes down to it, I'd have to ask Lindley, but the last budget statement I got,
Yeah, there's plenty of budget out there.
to
Then I'll make the motion to have Sam Almond put the lights and plugins in a building.
So we have a second, or we have a motion, second by Newhart, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. That was $11,997.20, correct?
Yep, 11,997.20. So unless there be a change that I'd see when he was there that I'd wanna do, it won't be much. Okay, and then I'll move on to, I've got down, the grader, and then it's supposed to be a semi-tractor, and I think in the deal it said trailer. Okay, on the grader, getting back to the budget, when I'm looking at what I've held back, unless cash available isn't there, is it a possibility that if Cat would be okay with it, I would pay for that grader at the end of this year if I have the budget and the funds available?
We could, would we edit next year's budget, or?
I don't have any big purchases planned for next year, but it would keep from having that $439,000 coming out next year if I have the budget this year.
Not gonna throw our cash reserve, or our.
I would have to check.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a problem paying for it this year if we have the money and it's not gonna mess up our.
We'll pay for some of it.
Well, the other thing was, so if we do the grader as planned and pay for it next year, I'm still held back far enough this year. I was approached by, Crawford's that they got a Mack semi, a 2016, Mack with an MP8 engine, so it'd be a 485 horse with 500,000 plus miles on it and a 13 speed. And they were talking, they'd like to move it. He called me up and said how, he asked if we'd be interested. I said, well, I wasn't looking, but I said I can always look at it. And, he was saying 50,000 is what they were gonna ask. Well, if they're looking to sell, the counter offer would be easy to do.
Is that Brian?
Yeah,
Instead of day cab?
no, day cabs are more money. But overall, I mean, so, like I said, with my budget, the way I'm sitting right now, on the bottom line, I could handle this, no problem. And actually, I could handle this and the lift if the courthouse wanted the lift. So I've been kinda frugal as far as, I didn't crush any gravel, cause I didn't feel I had to this year. But going back to that, next year, I'm gonna want to crush gravel. Could hold off again, but I think we should, continue our gravel inventory. And next year.
You don't wanna get behind on it.
No, and next year put it up. The one that's gonna hurt is when I ask you guys to crush reseal material. Cause there, I'm thinking it's gonna come in at probably around, I'm gonna say close to $18 a ton for that material. And when you're talking 15-20,000 ton, a pile, there's some money. It's gonna be like buying a blade. When
So
that
zero.
happens.
The road and bridge budget is basically 2.7 million, am I right?
Plus the secondary.
Road and bridge budget, how much?
Secondaries in the,
It's in this.
Yes.
Yeah, everything's in there.
Budget for the road.
that is the budget.
Okay.
Total budget, yeah.
So, so we're spending, and how often do you get a new blade, Glenn?
The last one was going on 4 years ago. The one that Greg's got, and, yeah, in my budget, it's roughly, what, 2.7 million? And, the secondary road is, secondary road supply line item, 170,000 we started at. And,
Oh, what I'm getting at is 16% of 1 year's budget just goes to one blade.
yeah, it's not easy to manage what we're trying to do. So when a guy's looking at the highways, I've held back on, they used to put asphalt down by the truckload and not worry about it. And now, we patch, if we put a patch on one side of the road, you automatically put another lift on the other side of the road. When I started here, we never did one side without doing the other side to keep rideability and everything. And now, we don't have that luxury. We have to patch the hole and try to make that work, try and save funds for everything else that we need to do. And equipment's huge. Right now, I'm down to, we've talked about this before, I got 3 motor graders with 11,000 hours on them. The one of the second newest motor grader has 10,000 on it right now. That's the one that I'm replacing. Well, I'm not gonna replace it, I'll keep it. The oldest motor grader's got a little over 11,000 hours. That one will be rolling out, but the one I'm keeping, it's already got 10,000 hours on it.
So at 11,000 hours, what's that machine worth?
I'm gonna guess like 130,000, 120, 130, I'm hoping. For the newer machine, the old one, I'd be lucky to get 80, 90 out of it. The one that I wanna get rid of. So, reselling those motor graders isn't what it should be. And
I'm just looking at the difference in what it's worth and what a new one costs and what's a motor, 55,000?
I go back to, every once in a while you wanna upgrade, but when it comes down to it, I don't have any problem running them more hours. Cause when I was looking at, motor graders and warranties, I asked a question about refurbishing. Well, whenever they sell us a warranty, it's always powertrain and hydraulics. But yet when they go through and they do a refurbish on a motor grader at 10, 11,000 hours, they might test the pressures on the hydraulics and everything, but they don't open it up and replace anything. What they do is they go through the motor and the transmission. So that tells me that, I asked, when do they go through the hydraulics? They get a lot more hours on them before they worry about the hydraulics. So in the long run, we probably can replace an engine and a transmission. And the hoses are another big deal if you refurbish. Hoses seem to be something that after so long, you end up starting to have leaks here and there. And that causes a problem for a guy. But when they refurbish, that's one thing. You can go through, they replace they do the engine training and all the hoses. So in the long run, for us to replace an engine here, or a transmission before 20,000 hours, that doesn't bother me too bad. I really don't feel it's a problem.
I think we just need to run them longer.
Oh, I've been running them longer.
We used to go 7,500, didn't we? That was kinda it.
Well, it started out at 5,000 hours, and we flopped them out every year. Every year we were getting a new one. But back then, they were $154,000 to $174,000.
And the old ones were worth quite a bit.
And the old ones back in those days, we'd sell for almost about as much as we paid for them. I remember the one I figured out was $5 an hour to own it. I mean, that was nothing. And now you're looking at, you know, it went from that to 438, and that's actually on the low end, the 438. A lot of them are paying closer to 500,000 because there's options I don't put on that to me would be a luxury that we don't need.
Okay, so the way it stands right now, the plan was to pay for the new blade next.
Right. Hold back this year, pay for the new blade next year, and again, right now, I've held back to where, a lot of times in the fall, I go through and I look at what I need, cutting edges, you know, whatever, oil, I do take on some of that stuff. But as long as I have cash available with the money that I've got in my budget yet, I don't think it's a problem to actually, purchase a couple items and still be able to do some supplies and everything. And still feel really good about rolling stuff into next year.
So.
Maybe I'm looking at it wrong, that's what I'm looking at.
You'd like to get your cutting edges, what supplies wise, you talked about the lift and the semi.
Yeah, if that's something you guys are receptive to, again, I didn't go looking, he called me and talked to me about this, he said if we wanted to actually try it, they'd let us get it, haul some gravel with it, and,
I think that'd be a good idea, I think 50,000 may be pretty steep on that.
that's why I said we'd come back with an offer, there's no problem there.
What do you
So
guys
you're
think?
gonna have to deal with Lindley to see if it's possible to pay for the grader this year.
Well, if we do the semi, then I wouldn't be looking at paying this year on the grader. Couldn't, but, and if it works out better for the books, we can wait till next year, I don't have a problem with that, I just was looking at what I've
Because it's in
got.
next year's budget, but could we, I mean, if it looks good at the end of the year, could we pay 100,000 or something? Towards,
I don't know if they'll take, maybe they'll take partial payment. I've never asked them that
I
question.
would say,
when are we getting the blade, in February?
Hard to say, January, February, unless it's behind schedule. I'm not hearing that.
You got all the trucks running right now?
Right now I've got them all running, the Kenworth we just had in, I had to stick a little into it, it got to be a money pit, the 99 Kenworth. We took it in because there was antifreeze in the fuel filters, and what was happening was there were seals in the injectors that were leaking and letting it bypass back into the fuel system. So we ended up replacing, it was supposed to be seals, once they got the seals replaced, it ended up, the injectors were failing due to the antifreeze in the system. So we ended up putting a set of injectors in it, and once they got that done, we found some wear in the rockers that we had to do something with too. And at that point, I said, I've already got the money in the injectors, we got it running, let's fix it. So it's back on the road pulling a train.
Are you gonna surplus anything?
I would surplus either 514 or 513. I've got the 2000 Eagle, that's got, just shy of 1 million miles on it. So we just had to put an injector in that, and still running good. But again, it never had nothing else done to the engine other than injectors, and it's at 40,000 shy of 1 million. And then, the other tractor would be that, 99 Eagle that we've got. That one isn't running quite pure, and I'm not sure if I'm looking at injectors again or what I'm looking at there. But, right, so for right now, the 2000 Freightliner had a fresh overhaul on the engine not that long ago, and that's got the Allison automatic, and that's working fine. The 2010 ProStar, of course, you guys know that when we bought it, and overhauled an engine for that. And then the 2003 Eagle, we bought that with 300,000 on a new engine. The Kenworth we talked about. Yeah, one of those two older trucks would go down the road.
I don't know, Glenn, being as they come to you, you weren't really looking. I pass. Just
Pass
use what
on.
we've got. And if something goes, use the trucks we've got, and if something goes down, there's all kinds of trucks out there.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
that's my opinion.
there's a lot of trucks out there.
There's-
I thought when he said 50,000, I thought that was a lot.
It's a 10-year-old truck, basically.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's kind of 13 speed, that's kind of what you want.
13 speed would be a plus,
Yeah.
that would be a plus.
But being as you, I mean, if you would've been, if you're looking for one, then I'd feel a little different about it.
Yeah,
If we weren't looking,
yeah, we're good, I just told them I'd bring it to you and, you know, it was a possibility, so.
sure.
And yeah, right now I've got all my trucks running. So,
Have you looked at that lift?
I haven't yet, I just saw it, it's on the website.
Okay.
So I know Dave's got some stuff he'd like me to look at down there, and I haven't gotten down there for a
That
long
would
time.
make more sense to.
Is that
What's that?
Is it a Deere?
No, it's in Huron.
Oh, I don't know, I think if it's good for that kind of money, it's something we'll use.
Yeah, we use the lift a lot when we have one.
The other one, we had motor problems with all the time.
We were having, it constantly was taking head gaskets out, that's why we got rid of that one.
Right.
It was just, when you needed it, it was never working, it was, you know, we'd get it up here and finally we put a different engine in it, found an old engine and, put it in and down the road it went, so.
Would you want? Up to me, I'd say you should go for it if it's decent,
Okay,
it's up to you guys though. I mean, what are your guys' thoughts?
okay. Okay, then I'll tell them no on the truck and I'll look at this lift and see what we got there.
Check with Lindley as far as any or part of or all.
Oh, for the motor grader? Yeah, I won't do anything without it being okay for the county. You know, I don't want it to hurt us in any way.
Well, we'll know more at the next meeting where we're standing too, cash wise. So, shoot.
We started the meeting listening to concerns about 23. What's your
Yes.
schedule on 23?
County Road 23, what I'm thinking is, I'm gonna, you know, this year I wanted to do the dig outs, they never really came out of the road like I wanted them to. Yes, there's rough spots, yes, it ain't great, yes, I've had a motor grader on it pretty much every week this year, if not sometimes twice a week.
It only takes a day and it's pounded out.
Yeah, cause I've got so much traffic on it, it's ridiculous. I'm hoping, it's gonna sound bad, I'm hoping it comes apart next spring. That I can see all the bad spots, so that we can work on them. And
Didn't
I'm
you
gonna-
work on the ones by Dwayne, Cliffles Road or not? It was just south of his driveway.
No,
You didn't? I
no.
thought you did, okay.
I gotta replace some culverts, I wanna do that, and I wanna do the dig outs. I'm gonna dedicate next year to that, I'm not taking on any other projects besides the resealing I have to do on that one. I think if I can, you know, have a year like this year where I can hold back, I can afford to do everything I need to do in the 1 year. I feel like it, if it works for me. But either way, next year I'll be doing dig outs and culverts and, depending on where we're at as far as how things come around, and if it's early enough, I might surface it. It's gotta be early enough.
Okay, getting back to that, if we surface it, with all the trucks, that's just gonna get the crap beat out of it.
That's why we have to make sure we
So-
find all the soft spots.
Austin here, listen up.
Yeah, so it was brought up in open comments about possibly putting a toll camera for trucks coming from
Yeah.
North Dakota.
Have you ever heard of anything like that?
Not county-wise.
And, I mean, I've thought about that many times, but, you know, how do you do that you don't penalize the people that live in this county? And is it legal to do that?
I don't know. Yes.
But, you know, hey, I just got a letter the other day from Iowa, my daughter goes to school down there, and she went a little too fast, they sent her.
I've got one of them too.
You know?
Yeah, have you ever, although I've got a couple where, are they real?
Well, yeah, I know.
You know, I had.
Mine was, I called.
What's that?
Mine was.
Yeah,
I made sure you can call.
But anyway, no, this toll thing, it'd probably be for any truck other than 47,
That I don't think we can do.
okay?
I think if it would have to be applied equally to everybody.
it's.
If you can do it in the first place.
Right,
Well,
we
the
need
one,
to check into it.
the one complaint I get is speed,
That's 40 for trucks,
it's supposed to be
55.
40 and a lot of times the guys are out and a lot of them aren't running 40.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I mean, you gotta back off, it's surprising how slow it
Is it,
feels.
is it possible to get a little more patrolling over there, just, you know, few tickets get out and all of a sudden, yeah, they'll slow down. But hey, I'm guilty of it too, it's 40 on number 7 and boy, that's hard to keep semi at 40 when you're empty.
When it's smooth, they fly.
Oh, yeah.
And I have had more truckers tell me, leave it this way. Cause when it is smooth, they like it. You know, and then it gets bladed, then it gets a little rough, then it gets bladed again, then they like it again. You know, so I've had, usually it's the truckers that say that about any of them that we grind. They said, leave them ground, we like it better.
Oh, I actually, you know, me driving a truck also, I prefer the gravel roads over to a rough county blacktop.
Yeah, yeah.
Dust is an issue, but I mean, that's gravel road.
But we need to revisit the beef plant, probably, amount that we're getting paid per load, because they never get another spot.
We did not reject their permit, did we?
No. it's
Okay,
still-
so, cause I had a call from a gentleman that heard that down at the beef plant that we rejected their permit, that they were gonna have to go elsewhere,
We denied their request to lower the rate.
okay? And,
Yeah, what I'm getting at is I think we should revisit that and take it back up again.
Yeah.
Because they don't even, just like they're not even trying to get another spot. I mean, it's always been, since 2016, we've been asking them to do something. And then, the tolling, it's probably mainly because of the ethanol plant trucks. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, Austin, check into that. What are our options for something like that?
I don't think we have any.
yeah, I don't, never heard, we talked about it, but I've never heard of it.
Because really, when it gets right down to it, McPherson County gets virtually nothing out of that, the ethanol trucks. Other than the fact that the farmers in McPherson County are probably hauling some in there.
Well, you know, you have to go back to state level and talk to your politicians and why can't they split that money up, you know, a little bit more, whatever, I don't know what they get, but, or even like the colony makes out like a bandit on this manure. You know, so, I don't know numbers, but I do know they do well on it. So,
Okay, I'll still check in the toll thing.
Yeah, there's a,
It's gonna have a little more exposure on that road.
it
You
looks
have a
like,
plan
I gotta
for
look,
23 for next year.
yeah, my plan is to just, you know, try to work in the dig outs and the culverts and get it to where this top stays solid. So when you put a blotter top on it, and even asphalt needs a stable base. You know, it's just how much money do we want? How much money are you gonna let me put into that road to stabilize that base? You know, we can get the base stabilized, and then I could have somebody come in and inject stabilizer into the top of that, you know, say 6 inches or so, and put a crust on it. But there too, the base has to be solid before you do that, so that it stays solid when you put an oil top on it.
Is South 23 holding up okay?
It's
Really
not
tracking.
great, it's not great, but it's not bad.
That's really tracking,
Yeah, the one that surprises me is 19 north here.
how good that one's aiming.
Yeah, and there's pretty good running up
The
north. on it.
southbound lanes are bad.
Yeah, but you know, they were done about the same, close to the same time. And,
I think most semis get autopilot on that one.
and just stay in the rut.
So how far are we with, striping?
They're done.
All down by Hosmerton?
Everything that we were gonna do this year is done. 7, you know, from Highway 10 down to Hosmer, or down to the county line by Boulder Colony.
Yeah,
That's done. South end of 1 is done. And, 17, that was the other one I had done, wasn't it? I'm gapping.
alright,
But they are done.
okay.
They came in right away and did that. So,
I got a couple of questions. Did you get a chance to look at that approach by Alphenstein?
I did not, I haven't been there yet.
You could.
I did talk to Brandon about it, but I haven't been over there myself.
The other thing is, and this is maybe more of a question for Austin, that approaches from Mawson's that are supposed to be taken out, how long did we give him? I had an individual ask me about that, because they aren't taken out yet.
No, 30 days from when he gets it. After that last meeting, I started working on all the zoning stuff. I haven't sent those out yet.
Okay.
That's on my list to do
Yeah,
this
I think
afternoon.
it should get out so
It's
that
gotta
it
get
gets.
done right, because he's gotta get that out before it gets froze.
Right, that's what I'm
Yes,
getting at.
yep.
Okay, alright.
I was told there was another approach south of Eureka that was added to cover a culvert. I gotta check that, I just heard that this morning,
From
same
Same
individual. So,
There we go again.
Alright, anything else? Did you have one minute? Yes.
Yeah, this isn't maybe very important, but I hope you guys don't just breeze by the idea that they wanna build a dairy across the line in Edmonds County. Think about what it's gonna mean to have 25,000 cows, the amount of manure and silage and milk. Oh, it's gonna be something else, and they're gonna find roads into this county too if they've got a 12-mile radius, or even 5. So we might have another problem on the horizon, close.
Thank you.
I will be putting a notice in the paper also for bales. I should have done it already, but with the warm weather we've had, I didn't get to it. Kind of spaced it off. So I'm gonna put in the paper by the 22nd of November, I'd like the bales removed from the ditches. Probably a little bit, could be too late, but I would hope they get them out of the ditches yet.
Okay, so Glenn, we would have to go into executive session to talk about your office secretary position.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, anything else?
Think I got everything.
Okay.
I do not, I mean, I do a little bit more research here, but I do not believe we have the ability to put a toll on county roads.
Well, for now, Dave, you need to get down there, one of the guys, just, if they're going 65, 70, they need to take it.
They're supposed to be 40, yeah.
And,
Semi.
a few of them, not that that's our goal to do that, our goal is to slow them down.
We can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I did order some pizza, we're gonna continue on, some people have to leave, and, need a motion to go into executive session.
I'll make a motion to go into executive session for 1 for personnel and 6 for discussion pertaining protection of public or private property, any blueprint, building plan, or infrastructure record, and I'd like to see Dave for sure in that discussion.
Okay.
Then we could stay if she wants to step out.
I'll second.
Second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried.
Get up.
Alrighty.
Whose cookies back there?
I don't know if they're any good. I'm sorry about that, I didn't,
So, this is with 3 precincts going from 4 to 3, right?
3 precincts, I would still have 2 tables in Leola. They're with the 3 colonies, they all absentee vote right now, so for the post-election audit, ideally, I would split to 2, but for the post-election audit at 2, if the Eureka precinct's drawn, that would essentially double the audit.
But even with
At
3
3,
versus 4,
At 3, if I run an absentee precinct, it won't change the audit because the majority of, or at least half, I'd say, of Leola, maybe not quite half, I'd have to check on that for sure before I, say half, but with the 3 colonies, if those absentee votes are in an absentee precinct, then it wouldn't impact the audit. We could keep that the same, essentially. Voter experience, you'd still have 2 tables. I would split up based on ballot style, so each table has an amount that they can deal with and hopefully not have too much chance for error. If the city doesn't combine, then I would do, I think, my idea would be to go by last name. So half the voters are at this table, half here, based on ballot style, unless it makes more sense to split it up a different way.
I'm good with that.
And this is basically a draft and then do the final release separate then?
Yes,
We don't do any voting on this today.
We don't vote on it.
No, the resolution would have to be adopted before, or the January meeting. So if we do it in December and then again in January, then everybody understands. And I would have a better map, but I just didn't wanna put a lot of work into.
When does the school have to decide when they're gonna do it?
I believe at their first meeting in January, but ours will probably be before theirs, so I guess my point of view is I need to go into it assuming that they're all going to combine, and then if they don't, then it would be, then I'm able to do it if they decide to, and if they don't, then it's easier, I guess. That makes sense. If I go into it with something I know is going to be, terrible, and then they say yes, what options, you're out of options, I don't have any options after that.
It would be their best interest if they would. I mean,
The schools, Leola City might be okay, the voter would be coming here anyway. But Eureka and then Central with it spanning multiple counties, it's not convenient for the voter if they don't combine. It's asking, maybe 80 miles or so.
yeah, they're gonna pick one or the other or none.
Yes, and then the voter would have to plan ahead if they, to absentee vote at one if they can't do the whole round trip on election day. And I mean, we know some people they don't think of that, they show up assuming, and then they're, disappointed when they can't.
If they are combined, would you still plan on keeping the ballots separate for?
Combined, everything would be on the same ballot. I would split by style. Precinct 2 and 3 would work out by style. And it also a lot depends on if there's commissioner races too, the number of styles could really fluctuate, but everything would be on one ballot, it's just how many different combinations of races and styles you need.
Do we have a plan to handle challenges?
We do not, other than,
See what happens and go from there?
my.
Which I think needs to happen, to be honest with you.
Yes, ideally so the current challenge laws for cities and schools are different than the counties, so there's a big question of if you have an election day challenge, how do you handle that on a city and school race? Do you need a special ballot style? Well, I don't wanna spend the money to create a special ballot style in case we would have that challenge, and then I wouldn't want to have the voter vote a special ballot style, and then on the back end in a recount situation, have a judge say that I did that wrong. So I think how I would handle it is, I would have that voter vote provisionally, keep that ballot, and then in a recount setting, the recount board with a judge, they could fight over that ballot and decide if that should have been counted or not. That's how I believe I would handle that situation. the election day challenges we've seen before have been on absentee ballots, so, not necessarily where the voter is there in person, but if the voter was there in person, I'd have them vote provisionally. Absentee, we could handle that. We would know who was challenged before, and their ballots are already separated from the absentee envelopes, so we could sort those, if needed. And on election day, again, with the provisional ballot, that would keep that vote, separated, so then we can determine if the precinct board believes it should be counted, or if we just let the recount board decide. I guess number would tell that story too.
Okay, any other questions on this? Then we'll move on to review only on the HR report through October.
Yeah, that's just the current balances for comp time and sick leave, same report. We've been doing about at the end of each quarter, so this would be at the end of October, so an extra month. Then any balance of comp time at the end, at December's payroll is paid out in December, and then we start the year fresh.
Is there a reason for comp time?
Comp time is hours that are worked, so we pay by the hour, but we pay a salary for a specific number of hours. So for office deputy, they're paid by the hour for 35 hours a week. When they work more than that, then we issue them comp time, so that's an hour that they worked outside of their 35 hours that they didn't flex within the week. So
My question is, if you're working 40 hours, say it's a 40-hour week, anything that goes over that, why aren't we just asking them to come in and take, say they're working 3 hours
Yeah,
over
like
an evening or whatever, take the next day off 3 hours, instead of trying to pay them comp time and
yeah,
take time off.
so our policy does say that we prefer flex time, but it's really up to the board and the person, you know. I guess the board in the past has said, flex it if you can, it's comp time. You know, we prefer flex time, but if they work the hour and they don't flex it, we really have we can't withhold compensation.
I'm just looking at the extension office again, I just can't see, there's a lot of hours there that are being built up, and to be honest with you, I think it's just not right. I mean, I think we're overdoing that one. There again, I don't know, I know she does the shooting range thing, I don't know if that's a big issue or what, but, to me, personally, I think that you gotta look at this.
She would have probably the most hours outside of the office because of the 4-H program.
But if that's the case, if she'd taken 4 hours off in the evening, come in the next day at 4 hours later. I mean, I don't see, the extension office, that need for the dollar amount, but that's just my opinion. And I'm not picking on anybody, I mean.
What happens at the end of the year again? Do they have to use it or lose it? Carry so
No,
much
so
over?
comp time, we can't, comp time, it's an hour that was already worked. You have to pay the person if they work the hour at this
But
point.
at the end of the year, you gotta pay them. Then we start out with a clean slate.
Yes, that's what we started a few years ago to limit the county's liability for, we have no limit on max number. So if I worked an hour 10 years ago, that hour is worth a different amount of money today.
Yeah,
So we're trying to limit the county's liability from a balance that was,
What, if we were to change, is that something we could do in January, if we want to say limit or none, or?
We would have to, we would have to change our handbook and
Correct.
we could do that whenever. And so the, I forget there's a federal law that basically says that the employer has to ensure, like, you can pay comp time, but you have to prove that you are not giving comp time and withholding pay. So you have to prove that if the employee wants cash, that you are freely giving that cash. Like, I'm not saying, here, you can have 1,000 hours of comp time, but I'm never gonna pay you for those. I'm just gonna keep withholding payment or kind of holding it over your head, like you might get that one day, but I'm actually never going to pay you that. So as an employer, the county, one great way to say that we never withheld that was, you have the year, you can use it, or we're going to swap that out for cash, and then we can say every hour, was either used or paid freely within the year. And the employees also have the option to take, if they work an hour of comp time, they can be paid their regular rate for their hour. They don't, if they work 41 hours, they could be paid for 41 hours, they don't have to take the comp time.
So,
So the employer has to be able to prove that if an employee says, McPherson County gave me comp time, but they never paid me for these hours. So in essence, they didn't pay me for hours that I worked. So how could we prove that? And this is, the easiest and best way to prove that.
So these are all obviously hourly paid jobs, right?
Yes.
So for extension, could we do a salary? And this is what you get for the
We
job?
would have to make sure she fits the qualifications for a salaried job, and then we'd have to make sure that her pay fits the qualifications for a salaried job.
That maybe that's part of the answer. I
It
don't know.
could be,
Because really, you look at her salary and then you add all the comp time and what is it actually? It's a lot more than just what shows on the surface.
Well, when you take that away, take that one, the highest one, if you take anything in the 200s, it's quite, that's 5 weeks.
Yeah. So where would building maintenance, I can understand that, weekends and stuff. The next highest one is deputy registered deeds.
Well, I think a lot of that comes in unregistered.
Yeah, and then equalization too, that's their hour.
Yeah.
the deputy is 35 hours a week, so if I'm gone, then Trish has to work an extra hour. Or the office is closed.
So
And
that's the
we
same with the
have
registered.
yes, we have the county doesn't want one office that's not open from 8 to 5. Every
Basically, what
office.
it's looking like is Vicky is out quite a bit. If what you're saying is
And
the case.
Conferences, training, for election, if they,
Vicky went on a vacation out of country, so that took some time.
and the timesheets are all available at any time. The commission can look at those if you want to see see the timesheets.
I think, looking at these numbers, I personally think we should take a look at that policy, or we put some maxes, or I don't know if we can really restrict it to none, but then always look, and also look at salaries too.
When you look at those lower amounts, those would very easily be shoot up over the course of a year through the flex time program.
To what now, Mike?
Well, when you've got 20 hours or 30 hours or less, maybe even 43, I don't know, obviously every situation is different, but those are hours that could be absorbed through flex time versus paying them out.
Correct.
If you go away from the comp time program and no more, you go solely with the flex time, a lot of those numbers would go away. The extension office, that's not gonna go away, and neither is building maintenance, but there's still gonna be a discussion to have there.
Well, I'd like to see what the salaries are, and then what we pay at the comp time, what we're actually, total amount is.
That would be the way to probably do it, moving the salary. They'd have to like it or leave it.
Well, why don't we, take a look at that next meeting, if we get some numbers together.
And can we completely eliminate comp time if we would want to, or is that?
You could move to just an hourly rate, like if they work 41 hours or 36 hours, you pay them for that hour, true, flat hourly. In theory, yes, you could say all flex time, but then what do you do when somebody says, well, that doesn't work for me this week? Your flex time is you flex it out within
A parameter.
yes. So then if you're gonna make exceptions, then you might as well just do comp time.
You got a week to use it.
Well, so when I was at Kello, if there were days where one of the weekend reporters was gone, I'd go in and work on a Saturday. I then would get a day off for that. However, those were on an annual basis, and I could only carry over like 4 or 5 days. If I had 20 days built up, and it's December 31st, I lost all of them, except the max carryover.
That's how we're gonna use it.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I'm thinking I understood that the city of Leola doesn't do comp time. Do you know anything about that?
I would have to ask.
Yeah, talk to Sandra maybe and see. Maybe that's wrong,
But then you have to regulate, if you don't have 2 employees or 3 gone at the same time. That has to be coordinated too.
well, that would fall into the department head to create the schedule and keep order that way.
I think for snow removal, if they come in early, they leave early. For the city of Leola.
Yeah, the highway employees have never had
Oh, that's a flex program.
Yeah, what's that?
That would be flex.
That's flex, yeah. Again, what works for me is different than what works for the courthouse.
So if your employees put in 45, they getting 5-hour overtime, or they just getting 5 hours flex?
Overtime is,
They're getting paid on the spot. I just,
Just need to take a look. Next
I think it's Steve's coming out of your ears.
Choose my words wisely.
okay, all right. We're gonna move on, tab number 7, update on the secure South Dakota email mitigation project, project for discussion. Possible action on the accepted quote from the Factor 360 to develop a new government website, and Factor 360 for a one-time fee of approximately $2,400 and $480 a year. Tab number 7.
So, back in April, we started with the Secure SD program, and Two Trees, who is the same vendor we go through for like county management system Ultra, is one of the approved vendors and will do the work. They're creating .gov emails for all county employees that have emails currently, commissioners, and the zoning board members. So all current county emails will be migrated over to that new email, and the old email address will stay active for a period of time and then will go away. We also applied for and received approval through Microsoft for government level licenses. Those will run the new emails and all the Office apps for everyone that has Office currently. Right now, each department is managing their own home personal version of Microsoft. From a security standpoint, that isn't, the suggested way. Everybody should be on a government level license if you qualify. And then with the .gov emails, there is quite a bit more security built in through that. Anyway, with Secure SD, it's county or state funded through 2028, and the hope is that there'll be ongoing support, after 2028, but right now through November of 2028. And the total funding that we have been awarded so far it's $51,800, and that's, could increase if we have more need. So with that, the .org website that we currently use is hosted through the South Dakota County Association. It's recommended that we move to a .gov website and have the domain match the new email address, domain name. SecureSD funding is available for the .gov name and the migration from the McPherson.sdcounties.org over to McPherson.sdcounty.gov. So the email addresses will be McPherson.sdcounty.gov. So a couple things. The .org website, the county association started that, back when nobody had websites and they were looking for a solution. I think their preference would be to, kind of get out of that business, and the .org website may at some point not be an option. It still is currently an option and will continue to run. I can see there being, once we have the .gov email addresses, people are, I would say, semi-used to the email matching the website. And they're going to be very similar, but different. So I could see there being some confusion if we don't migrate all at the same time. Maybe it won't be a big deal. If we do nothing and the .org website goes away, then we'll have to, have a different solution at that time. And Secure SD funding might be not an option whenever that, would happen. The website build was $2,400. That was like, the quote was for about 20 hours, and he said the migration over to the .gov would be 8 to 10 hours, so you could assume that it's about $1,200 or so that we would, around $1,200 that we would get from Secure SD. So if Secure SD funding is not available and we would be responsible for the whole thing, I would expect $3,600 versus the $2,400.
If and when that happens.
Yes. So if we migrate,
Otherwise, we pay what, $150 a year?
we pay $150 right now, a year for the website right now. The .gov email or website with the build that he, the plugins and
So
stuff
then
for
if-
the
If we switch
website.
to this, it's gonna be 2,400 setup fee plus 480 a year.
Yes, instead of the one.
It just floored me that every time we do this,
Mm-hmm.
it's always more money.
Rope it out.
And, you know, the website we're going through was through the association, is that right?
The association, so the association got a pack, like you see McPherson.sdcounties.org, Edmonds.sdcounties.org. So anybody with that domain name is part of that package.
Yeah.
We all split the hosting and it's $150 a year. The association, as people move away from the .org and to a .gov website, the association is just, you know. Do counties really need the association to host this website, or you can get that on your own from
Well, we can get it
somebody
on our
else?
own, but it's gonna cost more.
Well,
Yes.
That's just what they're doing.
yeah, you can do, I mean, technically speaking, we could just do a website on our own too. It's not honestly all that hard. It would take time to get everything off of what we have now and transfer it over to something new. That would be that would take some time, but once you've got it set up, they're not hard to manage.
And we do all the, you know, like nobody's updating, I mean, that's me and Trish.
That's on our end.
Yes, we put all the things on there.
You can go on GoDaddy or Squarespace or whatever it is and buy a domain name and it's about $150 a year. And then it's just management.
What's other than maintenance of it, I mean, other than them taking care of updates, is there any advantage to spending this kind of money?
The .gov
Yeah.
email will bring better security than the .org,
Okay.
and it will match the new email
Okay.
addresses.
So, run that by me again, why are we getting a new email address?
So there is, maybe Dave could.
The state of South Dakota set aside several $1 million in order to develop a cybersecurity program. And with that, secure email addresses such as the .org domain name, or .gov, I'm sorry, thank you, Ed, such as the .gov domain name are part of that. We're kind of skating by the, seat of our pants here a little bit. We've been fortunate up to this point with Valley providing a good service and our IT people out of Dickey Rural, but having a secure system, especially for my office purposes, is pretty important. Recognition, .gov, with the .net that we have right now today, there are businesses that don't recognize my email address as a law enforcement address. So I have to come up with something different if I send search warrants to, like Verizon, for example. And .gov is pretty much what we need when it comes to that. So, and we'll have the tech support behind it for as long as there's funding, as Lindley said, through 2027, I believe, that's right now.
Biggest risk to counties is email phishing schemes. I mean, there was one maybe a month
I get it all
ago
the
that was, a county, I think it was $50,000 that somebody clicked a link and they were out 50 grand. Issued a payment to a fraudulent person.
Vendor.
So the state said, okay, we did this with the K-12 system, we got everybody on the same email system and it's state managed. They set aside funding to attempt to do the same with counties and municipalities. And the goal would be then once everybody is set up, then that could be a state managed system as well. Of course, that would require legislative, approval, but for now, they they have committed with the Secure SD funding to attempt to get all of the entities on a .gov email address and the Microsoft level licenses, so we won't have to pay, each office spends, budget dollars on Microsoft. Once that's all switched over, we won't have that bill until 2028. And we'll all have a secure email and be the .gov recognizable email. We can drop the Valley ones.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion, we accept the Secure SD, pay the 2,400 or 80 a year. It's a motion.
I'll second that motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
I don't know enough about it.
Motion carried. I realize more money every time, but secure is also important. I know my line of work.
And that would be the one big drawback of like doing it on our own, GoDaddy or something like that, is security, it's not there, so I mean,
Okay, tab number 8, motion to have the chairman sign a quick cleaning deed for a vacated street and occupied access easement.
This is the easement would be for the south 50 feet of by the highway shop here in Leola, that is access for the neighboring driveway. There's a map here.
How does that affect?
They wanna vacate the alley in between the properties, right?
yeah.
They vacated the street, which isn't really an alley, it's actually the yard and trees currently. The city vacated the street, so the county has half of that street. But that is the yard and the tree row. So I believe the people assumed maybe they were using the alley, but that was actually the county's property all these years. So the easement would be to continue to use that driveway in and out of the house.
It's already there.
Well, yeah, from the trees in.
Just as long as we're not giving away half that street.
That's, that's the problem I would have, is if they think they're gonna park on the east side of those trees. Because then they become an area, then it becomes a problem for me. 'Cause right now they do that off and on. Butch never did.
So
So they're vacating the alley.
the east side of that trees would be our property?
I think as it stands now.
Okay,
Split
you
down
can
the
see
middle,
the
ain't it?
vacated street on the picture. So the trees and half of that
So this-
vacated street.
This just right here would be trees.
And we're in the yard.
Easement is the alley, ingress, egress.
And they come in here with a few signs to get to
Just
their
on the east
house.
side of this corner,
Yep.
Back
it
up
could be a
to our
problem for
lots.
me. If they think they can park out there, then it's in the way of my island. Cause my fuel island's right here.
Fuel islands kind of by the 8. The county's always parked stuff right next to these trees. All of that.
Yeah, we don't do anything in the corner, but we've got stuff parked along these trees right here.
I was told that's what they're using right now as a
They-
driveway to get in.
They use it as a driveway, but there's a split in the trees here that goes into the house. So they swing in our lot and they go into theirs, but they've never parked here.
They don't have, this is just ingress and egress. So it wouldn't give them, that's not a right to park. It's still not their property. All it gives them to do is go for the right to cross.
Crossing.
actually-
I'm okay with them crossing, I just wanna make sure they understand they can't start using it for parking.
Yep, all ingress and egress is a right to cross.
They've been doing that forever.
Well, I guess Melinda's saying they are.
They've been doing that forever, crossing across there, I just
Right,
wanna
but-
make sure they don't think they can park there.
Right.
Yeah, and it's just an ingress and egress easement, it's just a right to cross, it would not be giving them the right to use that as a parking lot or anything like
So
that.
basically what it does is it splits that street down the middle.
Yep.
They get the west half, we get the east half, which would include the trees.
Correct.
That's how it should be. But I have no problem with the easement
So
getting it
the
out.
quitclaim deed is to deed the half of the street that we got over to them.
No,
I'm not giving that up.
nope,
So if you look, like right now, the half of the street is the trees and the
Right.
like portion of the yard,
right.
Yeah,
not
On the
the
west
driveway.
side.
On the west side, it's not the driveway at all.
Right. But they wanna,
Where's that map?
they wanna quit claim to claim the tree row and everything. Half the street.
well, the trees they can have, but
So it's just from the trees over would be going to them. Everything that's gravel here remains ours.
okay.
So the,
And
And
all,
they just
and
want
we're just-
permission to cross in here.
yes.
I'm fine with that, don't
Take it
quit
across.
claiming anything to them,
Yeah,
don't do it,
what's that?
don't give them half that street. Keep our half. I don't. I wouldn't do it. Fine, the easement's fine, let them in and out of their driveway, that's not a problem, but I would not give up half that street, I think it's a mistake.
Then they're gonna have a problem with me putting my culverts up against the trees.
Exactly.
I think Sid, you're right, I don't think that should be, I mean, they're getting half the street. And then no
I
parts.
mean, you wanna just use it like you've always been using it,
Just like I always been using it.
and this could throw a wrinkle into it, I'm not in favor of it, I guess that's where I'm at.
And if you guys just wanna do the easement, cause I mean, I think they've got an argument there that easement's been used for so long that they've probably got a right
That's no problem.
to it, you know what I mean? But that, if we don't wanna give them what is ultimately the kind of crossed
Right.
area here,
Right.
we wouldn't have to, but then we should really move this easement as well, wherever they come through here, it should extend into there so they can, you know, come into
Oh, I see
here,
what you're saying.
cross over, you know what I'm
So right-
saying?
Yeah, right now it's only coming to the edge of where
Right.
the street was.
so do we maintain the trees right now?
Nobody maintains those trees right now. Right by the front yard they do, they mow both sides of it.
So,
But as far as from their driveway going north, those trees are just kinda there.
We don't know who's gonna eventually move in there anyway.
Well, that's the thing, you don't know what the next,
I
you
thought
don't
there was a
know,
buyer. Or not? Or
That-
potential buyer?
what I was told was we need to get this done because this is holding up a sale. I
Yeah.
don't know if that's true, I don't know.
well,
Yes.
I just have a question, do you know who planted the trees? I'm not trying to get the mix of it, I'm just,
I have no idea.
no idea, they've been there forever.
So if we granted the easement, do we have, is that a whole new set of?
You just have to extend their driveway across the part of that.
Okay,
This would need to be changed.
This would need to be changed.
All we would be doing in that
Give 'em-
case, this section here that would be deeded to them is removed from this.
Okay.
This easement here, which is, you know, the south 50 feet, did you map this one out?
we don't have a map, no idea.
give them that to the driveway. I mean, it wouldn't bother me for
Cause
them
this,
to have
you
that.
do lottings of.
No,
I think
that's
that's
fine.
right. Oh, I'm thinking of the wrong damn person, I'm sorry.
Wrong gender, no big deal.
Well, it wouldn't bother me if they had that up,
No, I wasn't,
up to, you know, or right beyond the driveway, but north of there.
They usually sit
They
there.
They don't need to go north of the
We haven't been
No,
drinking
they
with you
don't,
guys,
no.
been drinking, just so you know.
Absolutely not.
And like last week, I already had a vehicle parked out in front,
'Cause
where
we-
if I
so-
had to go through the island, I couldn't go through there.
What would
Somebody
happen,
was parked there looking at the property, so.
what would have to happen here, the proposed legal where the kind of kitty cross lines are, that gets removed from what's being deeded over. All we would be doing is giving an easement for, you know, ingress and egress easement, but then whoever plotted this easement out is gonna have to come back in and add that to cross where the kitty corner stuff is.
I would suggest that's what we do.
I wonder how close to the house that comes.
I mean,
It's probably awful close to the front of the garage.
and why isn't this a city issue?
The city vacated the street. So
Yeah.
the,
Now
when
it
they
comes back.
vacate a street, half goes to each landowner,
So this-
we're the landowner.
They're asking us to give.
This
half.
right
The
here
street's vacated.
and this chunk is all
Right.
vacated.
Got it.
So this part right here, the city deeded it.
We were gonna, if it was the other way around, we'd have to pay for it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You know, so why, you know, why should we give it away without paying for it? I mean, if we wanna sell them a little bit of the front here out to the trees, why can't we do that? But I really don't wanna get rid of the rest, because again, right now, I put culverts up against those trees we have forever.
The other
And I've
part,
got trucks parked up against those trees.
the other part of this is the state very well might have a legal requirement to give them a driveway off of Highway ten.
That's fine, I was looking at it. It's just simple.
I thought that's what they were going to do.
So they-
That's really what
so
they should do.
So they would be.
For trying.
Right.
Kinda like this.
Cause it becomes a liability issue for me too.
It kinda
They
does.
park something out there, and one of my trucks hits it, then I'm liable for it.
I personally think that's what would be the best case scenario here is they put a driveway off of Highway ten.
Send her back.
They should request, access from the state highway, if that's not granted, I guess we'll go to Plan B, but.
I think the state has to. I might be wrong on that, but
The what?
I think the state has to,
No,
to a parcel,
oh,
if it's,
I just involved with something like that beforehand where they didn't, if there was too many of them, they didn't.
Within the city, doesn't it change though?
yeah, it's different.
I have no problem with the easement to let them in there. It's just, and I think the way the garage is angled and everything, Marion, your grandmother lived there, right? You can, if they come right off the street on that property, you won't be able to even turn into the garage, the way it looked to me.
Well, I haven't looked at it lately,
Yeah.
very closely, but it just always, you just came off the,
Right.
and you just to the garage, but I don't know how close the
Yeah.
trees have gotten now.
The garage on the back side of the house, obviously.
It's on the north side.
North side, yeah, it kinda sticks out.
Come on,
Or is it flush?
It's
Yeah,
on
you
the-
can see it.
What?
You can see it coming back there.
Straight dies.
Yeah. I mean, they
Try
could
the
easily,
garage, but it's not our problem.
Right.
they could easily put a driveway right here, and just come back and around.
They put a septic tank and drain field in there though.
This is where it comes in.
They'd have to come in on the other side of the house, but
Yes.
I don't have a problem with them crossing over, it's just.
Actually, so I was looking at it upside down, this is the garage, this is Highway ten, I was, so that's the house, that's the garage.
Yeah.
It's just a straight shot into the garage. And then this is the vacated street.
They could.
Okay, so, we don't have to make a motion, we don't have to do anything if you're not giving me a motion
See right
to
here.
sign it, we're basically,
They come in this
send it
right
back to
here,
them.
and they drive through the trees right there. This used to be the street, right?
I mean, I think we need to, I would recommend that
They want all
something is done for a recommendation on what you guys want to see happen here.
Well, did you say that?
They could put a
They
driveway
should
right here.
request,
Did you look at
they
that?
should request a driveway from the state, access to the property.
Right,
Coming in now,
Right.
this is the garage.
right where that trailer's.
If not, then they should request an easement, or change this, have it from the county.
Just an easement and not getting those trees.
Okay,
Well, I'm good with that.
okay.
Or something,
Commissioner's
just that little
recommendation
bottom
is
corner
that
of
they
that.
request,
Updated into the
access
south 50
access
feet
from
of
the
eight,
state, if they want to put a drive in, or
south 50 feet of the west 30 feet.
the easement agreement.
Yeah.
Seven.
Here.
Yeah, it probably can be. There's
What's that?
snow in there sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if we don't clean our driveway, they're not getting in.
Right.
And I went over there before and backed, Butch's car out for him. Cause it gets, a lot of snow in there.
So they're basically coming in the county property to get into.
Yeah, they've done it forever, they pull in the county driveway and then they turn into theirs
I just
across
saw
the
West Illinois, that Aberdeen had something just like this, it turned into a mess.
Well, the one that I'm talking about, I would give them credit, they didn't give access to the new building out there. So
Oh,
they
yeah,
go
I
all
heard
the way to
about that.
RDO
Mhm.
and come in. They wouldn't grant another.
On the state.
Oh, the state
would.
You just don't know how good the next landowner is to get along with, it's been, we've had no problems for years and years and years.
I don't know how, see why they couldn't get rid of these two trees in the driveway going right here, right into that garage back then.
It's easier to ask for our permission.
Oh, absolutely, no doubt about it, you're
Okay.
100% right.
Let's move on, running behind non-action, commission discussion, and meeting reports.
Just kept that on there for anybody having.
Okay.
If, I made my call and she accepted.
Okay. Alright, put that actually, add that to the, okay. Alright. Motion to approve the Friday, November 28th,
So
Wednesday, and the 24th, the 26th, as holiday granted. So moved, we got a motion by Newart, second. Second by Wellhop, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Motion to set the December 2nd meeting start time at 10 a.m. and motion to set the end of the year meeting date on Tuesday, December 30th, and set the time at 10 a.m. That's okay with everyone. So moved by Wellhop, second. Second by Piker, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All in favor, or all opposed, motion carried. Motion to approve the following meeting authorization to Lindley Howard to attend the election workshop in Pierre in November.
Any other ones?
You were gonna say DC there for a second.
I think I'll make the motion that
second.
we approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Piker and second by
Jeff.
Newhart, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Okay. Do we wanna take a look at that dome?
Yeah.
Before we make a motion on that?
Before you guys leave, I'm gonna probably get
Yep.
out, regarding that hire, probably need to make a motion with the name in there.
Make a motion for.
Do you wanna rescind the other one without?
No, I think it's fine just to make a new one.
Motion for Glenn to hire Linda Hank at a rate of 21.75.
I have a sheet, I could get back to the office.
35 hours. She has it on. We're just gonna add the name. Okay, we have a motion, second.
Second.
Second by Jeff, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
We're just adding the name.
Linda Hank to the.
Alright,
Okay, so let it go.
I'm gonna get out of here unless you
Get the
need
ladder.
something for me.
we can get that letter written. What that letter is called.
I did, well, I got working on zoning stuff. I forgot about it until today, was I said something about it. It's gonna be, it'll be done today and mailed tomorrow.
Did you get a good breakfast? I was getting shaky, so. Pizza is my priority. No, I do shake.
Yeah.
That's what I do, it's fast.
We've done that before, as long as we don't get on the church, I'm sorry, but. I move slow here.
Yes, they would just go up. There you go. Where are we going on energy?
Yeah.
I might need to stop.
Have a good day, guys.
You too, take care.
Yeah.
That's right.
So she was saying. Just saying. That can go through your insurance. Right, exactly, exactly. Right. Mini split thing, that's the J on plumbing. So they do microfilm, so I don't know why they're having a hard time. They use microfilm. Whoa. It's only $2 for being on the Southern Sheriff's Association. Life insurances. There's a Sheraton Hotel. Straight, this is the straight in the highways. Here's the courthouse water, $116. That just tells me that we're paying that much for water. I'm not gonna have to talk about it right now, but I'm just curious. Just, thank you. This is-
Why did they get going? Because I need to leave by 2. They're not back by 1:45, I think.
Yeah. October. Full waste of time again.
Buried it. Yeah. You're still getting paid. I don't know what the problem is. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I don't know. See, that's the problem. You are talking.
What's her name? She used to work downtown.
Should have come along up.
Carson.
No, cool up there. Have you ever been up there?
No, I'd like to see
Shoot,
it
I should have
sometime.
come back, I was going up the steps, and I thought.
No, that's okay.
It's a wild ride. Actually, it's a better pace than I thought.
It was worth coming in today just to do that.
Come on out. Have some fun while you're at it.
Yeah, I've been up there a few times. Pleasantly surprised how good it was.
I don't remember, I thought we were cleaning glasses one time, we were drawing across there. We were up in there, in the dome. That's a lot of years ago.
That's a long time.
But I don't remember doing the spray foam on the wall.
I do now that I saw it.
After he said
I'm
Banger, I
sure it was-
remember Banger,
I'm sure it
yeah.
was Terry Banger and his son Quinn.
Yeah.
Lindley, for
He had
records,
that-
I
Then he
would
sold it to the
make a
lumber.
motion to take from the table discussion on the spray foam of the dome.
So basically, what I was thinking we were gonna do is already done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I'll
Brought this up there.
Okay, so with our observation, we don't need to proceed with the bid?
Nope.
Okay,
So,
point blank, done.
All in favor?
Okay. All right,
Mark,
yes,
Motion second.
All in favor, say aye. All opposed, motion carried. Sorry.
Already voted or what?
Those stairs did me in.
I did.
I never knew that was up there.
Okay.
All right,
Bill.
Bills.
While she's getting those, I'd like to, what do we wanna do about, we kinda skipped over the maintenance of the building though. Do we want to talk about the housekeeping, general housekeeping of offices? Say even like those lights in the staircase that we just come across. They, to me, they fall in kind of the same category as these directors. And, you know, those are the out of sight, out of mind places, but.
I don't know, but if anybody gets rid of those McPherson County Heralds that are in the old highway office, they need to be examined.
So we allow, they're not ours, they're not the
Right.
county's. So we allow the Herald to store them.
So, in 1896, I read one of those papers, years ago, that there was actually wolves around here. There were guys hunting with dogs, from Leolo.
It is, fourth?
No,
Yes.
I don't think that's a good idea. We wonder sometimes
Like Mike
if they
said,
aren't trying to
light
do that.
stuff, would we have to, we
We
probably have
wonder
to
if they aren't trying to do that, you know?
Legally.
Do I?
Probably have to get Claire and surplus.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can get a list together for that, and, you know,
Yeah.
for the ladies. Yeah, they're I don't know what their function is sitting there doing stuff.
They've been there forever.
Yeah.
I really don't have any clue where they came from.
Don't you wish the highway office was still up there?
I'd be in better shape. Either that or the stairlift was gonna work out.
Right.
I don't know, these steps coming up here are the hardest steps on, I don't
Yeah.
know what it is. Is it because it's kind of shorter steps? I don't know.
Might be. Yeah, the striping one is in that pile somewhere. The striping in the cab.
Ask her that, I don't think so.
Yeah, two separate amounts.
On cat?
When the,
So,
oh, I meant for the striping, didn't that come through in two different amounts or?
It'll be broke down on the inside, yeah. It'll give you how many gallons and stuff.
Butler, 34 grand.
This is the,
Yeah.
that was,
That was that
Yeah,
stuff that
that's the
never
only
came
stuff.
through to us, and then they got, how come we're not paying our bill, and I said, well, we didn't get the bill, and so then when they started asking me questions about phone numbers and fax number, and everything was wrong. They had the fax number for, a different fax number for up here, and then they had the shop phone number that their finance office was calling.
There's no dollar amount on this.
Got a motor one.
Got them ordered?
eBay.
Where, eBay? That one from,
Mankato, Minnesota.
yeah,
For your
Truck.
cycle.
Yeah.
they
I'm
shipped
gonna
it
go
out
home
to
right
you.
now and to use it, I'm gonna pull the oil plug out and drain about a gallon and a half of that coolant out. And then run it.
The old
Yep.
ones.
Yeah, that's how I've been running it.
It's probably worse when it's, sitting still.
I wonder
And
if
it
it is.
cools down, yeah,
But yeah, that's the one out of the fire truck,
yeah.
918 hours on it, looks really good. But it just worked out, Roger was all about going to get it.
Oh, yeah?
We got it the next day.
Oh, the hell,
Yeah.
that was a good deal.
Gotta put it in, huh?
Yeah.
What does it cost?
I gave 6,500.
Yeah, but no
What
miles
is it?
on it.
It's a 466, but this is a air to air, 450, so I need a different radiator.
Yeah, you gotta have all that, but they didn't have any of that?
No, I was messaging the guy
Yeah,
and, he threw that all out with the fire truck.
see, I took the air-to-air and everything off of the 96.
Oh, that's right,
And
that
I
was a
just-
210 horse.
I just made different hoses, I redid the lines, welded elbows and everything, and remade them.
So that's what that 96 has got, the 466 in it, so I had to adapt that
Yep, so.
to that. Yeah.
No, I couldn't believe it. I knew Roger was going to an auction sale. And this all come up
Yeah.
Wednesday night, I think.
Yeah. How'd your calves do last week?
Okay, I figured $20 off.
Yeah.
But they're back, they're coming back now, so that's.
So what they,
Yeah, take it from there.
625s, it was, we just took 90 in average, they sold in one bunch.
yeah,
625 and 415.
415,
But I think I would've done 430,
yeah.
435.
My top end was, or Colton's and my top end was, 582 and 462.
Wow, that's
Yes.
good.
Yeah,
I mean,
That's
just
good.
shy of
When did
27.
you really sold them just last Monday, didn't
you
you?
really should spread out the wealth here.
So they are back up.
Yeah, we made a motion on the nursing thing for the 14.
Oh, yes. So you remove that, yep.
We, my kid's gonna sign up for a trial at, Mayo Clinic.
Oh,
He's gonna, and if he's hoping to get in on the stem cell side, and I hope he doesn't have his hopes up too much. You either get drawn for the stem cell or you get drawn for the medication. And then you're in the study, well, at least if you get, either way, they pay for the medication, but if he gets drawn for the stem cell, he's gotta be over there for 2 months, and then he's gotta have a caretaker. So his mother's gonna have to take off from work, take family medical leave, and go live with him for 2 months, which,
well, you gotta do what you gotta do.
and we're hoping for the stem cell, because the way it sounds, there's people that have had that, and they basically reboots their system and no more problem for years. It can, you know, but, yeah, so there's a cost to everything, it's not all free.
Yeah,
What'd you do at Butler, like, 34,000?
Okay, some of those bills are older bills from this summer, they had a screw up when they sent them to us, we don't always check our spam. So some of those were cutting edges, I bought cutting edges for the shop, that'll be a few thousand. Had some motor graders fixed at different times, it's all in there, I can go through the list and explain it all to you if that's what you like, not a problem.
I looked through it. When you take stuff into a shop, nothing's surprising.
Yeah, yeah. But it's all just, it's bills that I should have had, and I didn't catch that, I didn't get them.
No, that motor I wanted to do it with Rogers, trying to get finished up.
Yeah.
I wanna haul, I think I got 6 of our own from that Cox place, so I'd like to get yet.
Yeah.
Then I got a few more to haul for other people, and been telling them if you can find somebody else.
Yeah.
So I take my combine in every year, last year the bill was 17,000. And, you know, they did a lot of stuff, but it's
Yeah.
still 17,000, so far this fall, I'm already about 11,000 a year.
Yeah,
God,
yeah. Yeah, it doesn't, I
every
mean,
time you turn around.
yeah, you gotta fix something, right? Yeah, I know, it's just nice to have a decent payout, you know, but I was very happy, because I thought we were gonna be way lower than that.
It does not seem to matter if there's, I mean, as far as gas, you mean?
Well, yeah, Lee Jeffrey sold 2 people before me, and, he didn't get for his steers what I got for mine.
It doesn't seem to matter if they're a pot load or not.
No,
Little
no,
roots and fingers is not.
honestly, our steers did very well, very well.
That's good.
Yeah,
What were they?
582 pounds at 462 a pound.
Nice, so you actually probably got more than I did.
Well, I know like calluses, Kevin,
4688.
You got more than
What's
that.
that?
4688.
when calluses came in with theirs, 800 and some pounds. I mean,
Oh, Kevin and Nick?
yeah, I mean, they were just,
Monsters.
yeah, and they didn't bring that. They didn't get that much out, and they, dollar-wise, they got less than what we.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
it's just, I'm hoping that Kendall and Allison are bringing theirs down tomorrow.
Yeah.
They do good.
yeah. No, I was, you know, I looked at all everything they had, I mean, it brought good money, but it's still, for as big as they were, and I know they had to stick a lot of feet into them, which I had no grief.
Yeah, we don't have any creep either.
You know, so we don't have the money in these that they had in those, and these brought more, so.
Yeah.
Does creep pencil
Right.
out
Did they sell later in the afternoon, or did they sell
ours or theirs?
yours?
Ours right toward the end of the sale,
See, there, somebody was filling a load,
probably,
you know, sometimes in small groups, they'll bring them
That's
in.
what they use
Yeah.
them to close out the load.
and, of course, the big groups went first.
Yep.
They had them first,
Where you sell that?
West Barn, yeah. We've
Yeah,
been
that's-
selling there and been happy, so.
Well,
I just wish we had more.
Mhm.
This year, we only had 19 to sell, and
We're break checking some after them on Friday, and we don't know how that's gonna turn out. Just seems like there's a little more activity than normal.
see, I'm not seeing any activity, but it almost scares me, because a couple of years ago, I
Yeah,
only saw one cow buller, and we ended up with a bunch of. But we're gonna have about 50, 60 head this next year, so we'll have more.
don't have to buy, that's for sure.
We already had the DMA reviews, so we'll see how that all goes.
That's quite the deal with the fuel, huh? Ours is okay.
You turned out okay?
I took, my son-in-law Kendall from Eden, his dad is Gary Dyke, she takes care of the tank farm down here, switches the fuel over to Dessa.
Yeah.
I took a sample down to him and they call it flash point diesel fuel.
Right.
And, if it's under 120, you shouldn't even be burning it. It's diesel, and this was right in the middle, it was like 147. So he said it doesn't explain the color and the smell, it smells
What
like
happened?
New fuel man for Integra dumped he mixed gas and diesel in Weishar's, and then he was up at our place later. But I think they
Did they catch it?
wrecked some stuff.
Oh.
And ruined a couple, one motor for sure.
Two.
Yeah, it did get two, didn't it?
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, one was a pretty new Western Star.
Is he still working?
What's that?
Is the guy still working?
I don't know. Lance said he's probably gonna move up to management.
He just might.
That's a move.
That's pretty good.
That's a great move.
Yeah.
Nice execution on that.
Yeah.
Well, the worst part is now, years ago, we've been gone in a heartbeat, but now it's hard to find people with CDLs and hazmat and everything that, and mistakes, a guy can make a mistake.
Oh,
It's just
absolutely.
In that position.
It's surprising how many people fill their diesel pickups with gas to take off of them.
Yeah,
You know, Sammy said it happens more than you think.
I'm glad, is that off yet? No. never mind. Had a story, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
share it with the world.
I don't think I did any harm, I just, comes up with some stuff sometimes.
It was good though.
Yeah.
So was there anything more on the so what would,
Well, so I was waiting till he's
oh,
done.
okay.
No,
I know Marcus
It's
is
easy.
taking it serious.
Well, yeah, it's just serious, but I
Yeah.
mean,
Oh, yeah.
a guy can make, mistakes can be made.
Absolutely.
You know, everybody's human. It's just-
Then I guess they had diesel in their gas.
Yeah,
They had a couple four-wheelers that were quit now until they figured
that
it
doesn't
out.
kill them though.
No,
No, it won't.
You know,
Generally,
they gonna
it'll
run.
wreck it. You
Yeah.
gotta get it cleaned out.
Yeah.
we were down the hill one, and Lance found out while we were walking up the pickup, and I had just filled that Dodge 94. And, he told me about it, and I said, well, what day did they get filled? Monday morning. Great, I said. And I had a quart of automatic transmission fluid in the back of the pickup, and I dumped it in, and never even gave it much thought, drove it home. You know, just,
I made a mistake one time when I was running a bulk truck. The tank was empty and I started filling and I realized I had the wrong product. I turned around, I sucked it all out, and I put the right stuff in.
did it one time with the bi-directional that I had a hay head on, pulled up to the fuel barrel and started pumping gas in, and man, I sure was gonna have to pump it out. I don't know how much I got in, I was guessing maybe 5 gallons. I called my brother, Dave, and he said, well, how big is the fuel tank? And I said, 45 gallons. And he said, well, just dump in a half-gallon automatic transmission, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
So, I guess as far as we talked about the maintenance in the vaults and housekeeping and what did we end up doing with, we didn't really make a motion to follow the, what's the book called? Retention book.
Or get rid of anything.
or get rid of anything, so we need to figure this out.
Did we need further direction, or are we at that point today? Were we waiting?
Well, I think, didn't we?
Austin was gonna check to see if the public can.
Oh,
Take
yeah.
it.
Take it,
Whether the.
Okay.
Correct.
so then, as far as that goes, we'll have to wait until next meeting. As far as just general maintenance, boxes on the floor for no reason of, what's in that box, you know?
That was I guess I could move it down to the vault now, it's all the books that Summit was required to mail to us, so.
Okay.
All the maps and all the things are in there.
But I think every office should
And
be
up there.
made, and it's not just for our maintenance, it's fire prevention too. All this stuff is fuel for a fire, so what isn't needed needs to be gone. And if it's laying on the ground, like literally when her and I were talking, she asked, well, what about a tote? Well, yeah, a tote is waterproof, so we don't have to worry about this room flooding and damaging anything in a tote. So office by office, they need to be held accountable for their own housekeeping.
And I think we should make it mandatory 30 days and we make an inspection. Some offices are more cluttered than others.
Yeah.
Which one? I don't know, I would.
Maybe, should we
Well,
do a pre-inspection and go office by office and say, here's what we'd like you to work on in the next 30 days?
we could probably go to the office and ask them what they feel they wanna they wanna get rid of, right?
Yeah.
And we'll let it up to them, but then, 30 days after next meeting, and we could do that in December, and then by the end of December, year end, we'll do an inspection.
Okay.
Let's do that.
So you'll inspect in December? Okay, or
Yeah,
now?
we will do a pre in, the December meeting, and then we'll,
During the meeting, we'll go around to the offices and look at them.
yes.
Sounds good.
Okay.
If you wanna come, a little earlier next time, that's fine.
Okay.
Just let the ladies, let the
You would
office,
like, yes, anything that could be damaged by water up
Yeah.
off the floor, at least
And fire.
inch or two
Just
or.
a 2x4.
Okay.
And if it's
anything
not
they
needed, it
intend
needs to be
that would be in
maintenance
our
out.
house.
Any surplus, list of any.
Yep.
And even in these vaults and.
Yeah.
You know, like the lights hiding in behind that locked door, maybe we got a surplus amount, well, let's do that. So if you, Lindley, you know, your team and all the head department heads, you know the nooks and crannies of the building, we don't. So if you know of any other items like that,
And there was actually, I thought we'd get a little more pushback today from if we would surplus some of these things, that we shouldn't do it. And we heard about the Christmas decorations, certainly directly, right? Bob?
Which are all of our personal
Yes,
things
that's what I
that are
figured.
brought here and
I like it.
they have,
I think it's still.
I'm not gonna lose.
through the years, the supply has grown, or people, sometimes if they're moving to Aberdeen, they'll bring a box of stuff and or
I'm
whatever,
amazed.
or we buy it at the penny bin.
Make it
Make
like
it home.
all those Christmas trees every year, it makes it beautiful.
Yeah, I like it.
I mean, this is great, I enjoy this.
I cherish people who take all that time to do it, so. Okay, yeah,
Just
any
for the
other, I'll
record,
go around the
It's our
room.
personal stuff
Okay.
and our personal
Go ahead.
dollars, no county taxpayers
I
spending
move
money.
pay bills.
Okay, we have a motion by Newart to
Second
pay the
that.
bills, second by Wellhop, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Just remember, there's a zoning if you want to attend in November.
Or if you
Or
to
have
attend.
You have to.
Give me a chance.
I'll do it right now.
And then,
I put it on my list to have Hunter remind you.
Yeah, Hunter.
Yeah, good.
and I promise I'll, look into an option or two if we want to have a Christmas parade.
Okay.
Alright,
You're in charge of that?
I can be.
Okay.
Yeah, he's in charge.
I just wanna make sure I make a motion that Mark's in charge.
You don't need to. Okay, alright, thank you.
Thank you.
Lindley, can you? Put that on every
Yeah,
time
you're
you
gonna
take off for
Time to write.
I'd like to keep it.
No, if you
Yeah.
want.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Those are
We've got
is
years.
what we
Yeah.
have,
Keep.
what we're doing, waiting for a
I'll
bid,
call for
what
Chris.
needs to be done.
Okay.
There's a lot of stuff.
Oh,
Yes.
That's fine.
Well, it wasn't your
Is there a
decision.
motion? to
Honestly,
adjourn?
you know, I just don't wanna
We have a-
lose.
I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
We have a motion adjourned, Spiker, second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries.